Good morning, everyone. Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. This is the ground floor, and I'm introducing our speaker for today. Oh my gosh. This is Blake Hudson. Do you mind if I tell him it's your first one?
Yep.
And this is Blake's first talk. So I'm excited for him. I hope you are too. And the title of his talk will be Pipeline Pandemonium. And a few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor, Adobe, and our gold sponsors, SimGrep, Blue Cat, and Toyota. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks will be streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speaker and all the other speakers and the rest of the audience, we ask that you please check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. And without further ado, our speaker.
Thanks. Okay, welcome everybody to my talk, Pipeline Pandemonium. First things first, these are all my opinions expressed by me, not by my employer. So who am I? My name is Blake Hudson. I am an offensive security engineer for PayPal. I've been there roughly about 2 years now, and I've kind of started off with the whole color wheel, essentially, of jobs. Originally was a blue teamer for a small MSSP in my local area. Quickly transitioned into red teaming for a Department of Education contractor. And then from there have now transitioned over to PayPal as a full red teamer, mostly doing a lot of purple team activities there. I have roughly 6+ years of experience within cybersecurity at this point, really specializing in infrastructure and cloud security and technology. And again, this is my first time speaking at a conference, so it's a little nerve-wracking, to say the least. Yeah, thanks. I will say this is not something that I ever anticipated doing in my career, and from a lot of friends, family, coworkers, they all kind of pushed me to do this and take the deep dive, share my knowledge with somebody, and I honestly recommend everybody else do this at some point in their career. So, all right, let's jump right into it. So, what is a CI/CD pipeline? Well, in real simple terms, it is basically how to help developers make and push their code changes faster and with fewer errors out to their staging and production environment by automating a lot of that testing earlier in the software development lifecycle and then the whole deployment process. And the CI of that does stand for continuous integration, and this involves basically having all of your developers kind of use GitHub or some sort of Git repository where they push all of their changes to in a shared repo. And then they run automated tests on it to catch the errors earlier within the code and the software development lifecycle. The CD of that is, I've seen it both ways, continuous deployment or continuous delivery. Pretty interchangeable term, but this is where once the software has actually passed these automated tests, it is basically the automation of pushing your changes, your code fixes, to your staging or production environment. And it really helps with that process because it helps deliver that code quickly and reliably to your end users. Kind of follows this standard, pipeline here where you can see it starts with planning what you're trying to do. You code it, build it, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor. And it's this cyclical pattern where, as you're monitoring it, you notice you have some sort of errors in there. You go ahead and, plan the next life cycle of it. You code it, you build it, and it just repeats over and over. So who are the kind of common providers that you're going to run into? Well, Jenkins. Everybody knows Jenkins. If you've done some sort of internal pen test before, you've come across Jenkins. You've probably exploited it dozens of times. It is documented to death. It is all over the place. Very, very interesting attack paths there. Some of the other ones that I run into a lot are Circle CI, Team City. Very minimally, it's mainly kind of like I feel like I see it used as a kind of like a test bed. And then GitLab, I see occasionally, but the big one, and the one that we're going to be focusing on today, is GitHub Actions. In my experience, I feel like a lot of organizations are transitioning to GitHub Actions because it's right there, it's built into their GitHub repositories as it is. There's no third-party, SaaS application or other infrastructure that you have to stand up to interact with it. It's there, it's enabled by default, so why not use it? Seems the easiest option. So again, some of the common usage for CI/CD pipelines in today's major organizations are things that we've already kind of covered. Automated testing, all of those code quality checks to catch the errors earlier, version control, your artifact management, where are these things going to be pushed out to once they've been built and deployed, and your entire workflow orchestration. So the one that I skipped here, though, is IAC deployment and infrastructure as code. So typically a large organization who has a very large cloud presence, they're not going to go in and what's called click ops. They're going to go into the management console, click configure this, click configure that. That's where a lot of kind of mistakes happen. Large organizations tend to have everything defined out in some software, coded out very specifically for what they're trying to do everything at scale and at massive, massive scale. So today we're going to be talking about that infrastructure as code management portion. And in particular, again, we're going to be talking about GitHub Actions because I see that the most right now, and particularly just AWS, but it really can be applied to any of the cloud providers. So obviously, why do we want to test them? It's pretty standard, right? We want to identify any of the vulnerabilities, misconfigurations within the organization's software deployment lifecycle and the CI/CD pipelines, architecture, components, and processes. It's also to really help prevent any sort of internal threat actors from poisoning any of the organization's dependencies, their softwares, or deployments of code. And during tons of different red teams and internal network engagements, it's pretty common to target software developers and get their level of access to where all of this is really possible. So when do we actually test them? Me personally, whenever I'm doing a cloud assessment, I always like to get my standard roles of view and read only for, say, AWS. But because everything is typically defined in code somewhere, say Terraform, state files, things like that, I like to also ask for permission within their, say, Git repositories or their CI/CD pipeline framework. It just makes a lot of sense. And in my experience with, say, cloud environments, when you're doing a pen test, you will still find some misconfigurations here and there, but I see the vast majority of the major exploit paths coming from the CI/CD pipeline and abusing that heavily. There's obviously, you could do CI/CD pipeline specific assessments. This is pretty rare though. I don't get asked to do this very often, but it is a way that you can do it. Red team engagements, obviously this is a very huge pathway to go. And unfortunately in my experience too, there has been time and time again where organizations, especially large ones, aren't actually sending logs from GitHub to their SIM or their CDC, or SOC, I should say. But so you're kind of operating in a blind environment where they're not really paying any sort of attention, and it's just on the developers themselves to identify anything. And then lastly, internal network assessments, pretty common as well. Once I get sufficient privileges inside of an environment, I always like to try to pivot to the cloud, try to take that over as well, kind of show the more risk with the fact that you're just trying to, demonstrate more value to that entire assessment. Who needs permissions, right? Well, turns out you should always ask for permissions before you start messing with these things, because organizations can be very, very sensitive with you interacting with these things. Kind of like I already discussed though, when I'm doing a typical cloud assessment, I like to look for or ask for that standard developer user within their repos. And if they're using GitHub Actions, that's going to give you the access that you already need. Also asking for their standard pipeline software access, so things like Jenkins if they're using a third-party framework. Now, a lot of organizations are going to kind of push back against that. They don't want you in there. They don't want to grant you the access, or they say, you're a hacker, you get in there. I always like to try to push back against that, because try to really demonstrate and explain to them why this is such a dangerous area and potentially very, very vulnerable to privilege escalation or full cloud compromise. So a lot of these CI/CD frameworks are going to be very, very similar. If you know how to exploit and manipulate one of these, you can kind of take that same basic common knowledge, or like ground level knowledge, and transition it to one of the other providers pretty easily and quickly. And a lot of them operate off of YAML files. It's not going to be the exact same syntax, but you can very quickly figure out what that is and then transition to that to basically do the exact same thing that you're looking to do. So let's actually look at some of the typical paths that I tend to exploit a lot of different ways. So starting with the basics and the obvious, once you get access to that Git repository or all of their Git repositories, you want to do the simple searches. And this is obviously a kind of a, yeah, absolutely. This is not an extensive list by any means, but the things that I like to look for, the AWS access keys, GitHub personal access tokens, huge. This can be the end game for them just by gaining access to those GitHub personal access tokens. Jenkins API credentials, you could actually turn that API credentials into full console access to Jenkins with Burp Suite. Circle CI API creds. Azure Client ID secrets, maybe you can authenticate as a service principal. GCP service account keys, I see these up inside of Git repositories just sitting there, pushed up to a random repo, and a lot of times they have things like editors permissions on the specific GCP project, which grants you the ability to then start creating tokens for all other service accounts. Obviously, Terraform Cloud API key, that can be extremely dangerous as well when you're searching for those. I've been in plenty of engagements where I have just found that in a random variable inside of a Git repository. Do a simple search, and you find Terraform Cloud API key, you might have full admin of their Terraform environment. Kind of game over at that point. So the one that I skipped over here is runs on. This is a particular variable that I also like to look for as well. This is in all of the YAML files for a GitHub action, and this will indicate to you that they're actually using it. So that search bar in GitHub itself is actually really, really good, and I like to do all of these searches manually. Yes, there's very good tools out there, things like Trufflehog. They do an amazing job of covering very large organizations quickly to find a lot of these secrets, but I do feel like it misses things occasionally, and it's just better, in my opinion, to go and do these searches manually. So what's another way to kind of help you narrow it down? Well, obviously you can look for these specific folders within their Git organization to see what they're using. Things like Jenkins file or any of the dots. .CircleCI, .GitHub, Harness, and TeamCity. Some of it might be legacy and they're not using it anymore, and I come across a lot of repos where it will be like a CircleCI and a .GitHub folder in the same thing. Are they using both? Probably not, but at least give you an idea of where you should be looking and what you should be looking for. So some of the more interesting paths, and this first one is I do it constantly. I've probably done this thousands of times to steal secrets from every environment that I get into. So first off though, with that, open your eyes. Everything with a GitHub action is going to be almost right in front of you. Read through their YAML files of their actual actions. It will tell you so much information. How are they interacting with the cloud? Are they using standard roles, OpenID Connect roles? Are they pulling in secrets from somewhere? Are they pulling it from Secrets Manager or from the actual repo itself? Are they assuming into other roles that might have different privileges? All sorts of information that you can pick out specifically just from reading the YAML files. So the secrets, where are they actually being stored? Well, each CI/CD provider actually has specific locations where you store the secrets. And in GitHub, there's two locations, either at the organization or the repo level, and inside of the specific settings for that, and then secrets and variables. You can see that there's this highlighted box there. For Jenkins, it's obviously the credentials URL. For CircleCI, it's going to be underneath the organization's context, and then there's this environment variables. GitLab, it's going to be underneath the project settings CI/CD variables. TeamCity, it's going to be underneath the actual project's parameters inside of environment variables. And then Harness.io, another common one that's kind of up and coming, but it's going to be in two places, either the project or the organization settings itself. So we know where they're being stored now, and this is where a lot of organizations are actually storing these things. How do we actually get access to them? Well, typically you can't. Even as an admin or a code owner of the repo, if you go to click the edit button for this, you're just going to be overwriting it. So you can't see that clear text value of it. However, any of the pipelines that you actually configure to interact with it, we'll be able to access those, and that's the pivot point where we're able to then see the clear text credentials. So again, reviewing all of the existing YAML files that are in there, you might be able to see that there is a specific format, something that is like a variable name, $, curly bracket, secrets dot variable name. And that is going to be exactly what you want to be looking for. So something to keep in mind too, these secrets, they might be stored in there and no YAML files are actually calling them anymore. And since you're not a code repo admin, you're not going to be able to see that these secrets actually exist there. It's also very, very slow to do this manually, going through every single repo, looking to see if there's secrets in there, being called by any of the YAML files. So I actually had ChatGPT just spit out a script for me to see if it would work. And I just had it spit out a Python 3 script that will take a GitHub personal access token, because I come across those constantly, and then iterate through every single repo it has access to, extracting out the secrets name for that repo and the variables names. And when you run it, it looks something like this. You can see we've got 2 repos here where they are storing secrets, and this is exactly the information that we need to start actually pulling these secrets out and using them. So we're going to focus on this bottom one, the CI/CD abuse, as we can see that the secrets are typically also named exactly what you might think that they are. AWS access key, GitHub bot, things like that. So how do we now get to these? Well, pretty simple. You just go ahead and create a new branch. Sorry. Very simply, you just go ahead and create a new branch of that repo. That happens all the time. Developers are always creating new branches. You add in your new malicious YAML file to that specific branch, commit it to your branch, profit. It's pretty simple, especially once you see what the YAML actually takes. You'll notice something here, though. I didn't say that you need any sort of social engineering. You don't need to convince someone to approve a pull request or even review any of your code changes. You're just pushing to your own branch and executing things. So this is what it looks like. So we knew that CI/CD abuse repo was vulnerable, and we went ahead and created our new branch, created this extract.yaml file, and then kind of stepping through this, the name, you can name it whatever you want. Sometimes you want to probably name it something that's going to blend in a little bit better compared to their other actions. The second line there, on push, that's the trigger point. This is saying as soon as I commit it to my branch, it's going to execute this action and do something, perform something. Now, once we get into the jobs here, you can see this environment variables and this AWS access key, AWS secret key. That's the exact format that you're looking for to identify that they're storing secrets within their repository, and they can be just pulled straight into your environment variables of your runner. This runs on key, that's what operating system that you're going to be executing all of this on, and then we'll kind of jump into the rest of this here in a second. So you go ahead and commit this to your repo, your branch of the repo. And if you just try to do something really simple, like echo out those secrets, well, each of the providers are going to be fairly decent at identifying that is actually a secret and stop you, and they're going to mask it. How difficult is it to actually get around that and then just start seeing the clear text keys? It turns out very, very simple. They have a very, very rudimentary masking technique. So first one here, what if we print out the keys one by one? All right, yeah, you can do that, very slow. What do we know about AWS access key IDs? They're all alphanumeric and uppercase. What if we just simply text manipulate it and lowercase everything? Doesn't catch that as a secret. You now have the clear text access. We can print out the secret keys, split it in half, print the first line, and then on the second line, print the second half. And basically any text manipulation will get past their secrets identification. My favorite, the last one, I just like to base64 encode it, spit that out for you, copy it out, decode it, it's yours. Something to keep in mind though, if they're using, for instance, you can see here that runs on Ubuntu latest, that is actually saying that it is using the default GitHub Actions runner. If there is something that's named differently than that, kind of that format, you know they're very likely using custom runners. Something that they have up in, say, the cloud somewhere, they're pulling it down, it executes the action that you're trying to do, and then it destroys itself. If that's the case, you really want to get in the habit of dumping out all of the environment variables because you don't know what else is already hard-coded into these environment variables for that particular container. I've found Terraform Cloud API keys in there that got me full admin of their Terraform environment. I've found other GitHub personal access tokens that gave me admin access to several repos. Tons of potentially really good information in there. So what about the situation where the organization doesn't want to give you access to their GitHub? Oh, actually, I skipped ahead there. So this is just to show you, if you base64 decode that blob from the environment variables, you can see we have all that sorts of information in there. Some of it might be useful, but you can see that we have the AWS access key and the secret key in clear text. Perfect. Now we can pull this into our own CLI, start using that however we want. So in a situation where they don't want to give you access to their GitHub repositories, it happens. I have had to do this before in a real engagement. I had basically ChatGPT spit out another Python 3 script for me that you point it at a code owner or a organization, a specific repository, and then it's gonna go and create the new branch for you. Then it's gonna create your malicious workflow file or action, and then basically you commit it, gets pushed to your branch, executes immediately. And this one in particular, obviously, since you don't have access, you won't be able to see this console output. This is just to show you what it looks like. And because you don't have console access, you can't see the output of the actual action running. So you wouldn't be able to steal the secrets. But in this case, do the exact same thing. Pull in all of the secrets into the environment variables, and then just base64 encode the environment variables to a text file, and then curl post request it to a system that you have on the cloud that's listening. Now you have all of the environment variables, base64 decode that, and you have full access to all of those secrets as well, even though you never had console access to their GitHub. Be mindful of that though. You are sending secrets out across the internet. That may not be a good idea. There's probably safer ways of doing that. It's just kind of get your head moving in the right direction of how you can get these if you don't have access. It's pretty interesting too, because you just started out with a GitHub personal access token, use the first script to iterate through, see where the secrets are, target them specifically, run the second one, and steal everything. So that's if they're storing secrets in the actual repositories themselves. A lot of organizations are going to use things like Secrets Manager as well. And again, reading through those YAML files, you might see that exactly and what secrets they're pulling in, and you could just copy that exact same code and put it into your own YAML file. So here in my AWS lab, I just created this prod secret key, and I created, again, a new branch with this YAML workflow. We're gonna be pulling in those same secrets because through our enumeration, we found out that we have Secrets Manager access. And then this highlighted box here, this is all the steps it takes to then access their Secrets Manager, assuming you have those IAM permissions. When you do this as well, it's pulling in the secrets and then putting them right in the environment variables, ripe for you to steal as well. So just because they're being stored in a better location doesn't mean that you can't access them. We're gonna base64 encode these, steal all those, and you can see that we got access to that prod secret key, super secret key, and super secret password. So we can steal secrets from all over the place at this point. Secrets Manager, there's ways to do it for HashiCorp Vault as well. GCP Secrets Manager, all really the exact same thing. So what else can we do? What's next? Well, again, the common theme, read through their other YAML files. You might notice that this organization is trying to do things kind of correctly, or at least more secure. They have a typical role that they're executing, say, low-level permissions with, and then they are assuming into another role that's where they're doing more administrative tasks, create new users, assign security policies, things like that. So reading through their YAML files, you might notice that, hey, we really want to assume into this other role. And through our enumeration, we figured out that we could assume into this particular role, this deployer prod. Again, this is all it takes to do that. That uses line, AWS actions, configure AWS credentials. That is actually a GitHub repository. You can go there, read through all the documentation, and see exactly how to use this, as you might need to adjust things depending on your environment. We go ahead and commit this to our repo, our branch specifically, and we can see that first we are running as a deployer prod role, or pre-deployer. We have successfully assumed in, and then we became that full deployer prod. And through our enumeration, we figured out that this is a full admin. And this is where you can kind of go two ways. You can continue to just issue commands directly here in the pipeline and to achieve whatever your goal is, or pull out these secrets in the environment variables and put it into your own AWS CLI and have access for that for about an hour. Typically, roles are configured at a minimum for an hour and at most for 12 hours, but I've never seen more than an hour. So let's just continue issuing AWS commands directly here inside of our pipeline. Issuing 3 more commands, you could just go ahead and create yourself a new user, attach that IAM admin policy to it, and then set a password. Now we should be able to have console access as a full admin. Just to confirm, yep, it got pushed up to our specific branch. We have that new OffSec user with admin access, and we could log into that console. A lot of times it's just a lot easier navigating through the console as, to view certain things. It's just a lot easier than the CLI. So some of the actual restrictions that you might run into, and this is one that I've actually come across quite a few times. when you create a role, you have this tab for trust relationships. And in this case, I created a OpenID Connect role. So it's basically allowing anything from GitHub to assume into your role if it meets certain conditions. And in the output here, you can see that one of the conditions, the top one, is repo, and that is BitLegion. That's going to be the organization, CI/CD abuse, the repo itself, and then pull request. And so you know to interact with this role, it has to be coming from a pull request. And then the second line is defining that it has to go into the main branch. Pretty standard. And honestly, the first time I came across this, I thought I was dead in the water. I thought I can't get this key. I'm not going to be able to social engineer somebody to, approve a pull request. But this doesn't actually say anything about actually getting it approved. You just need to submit a pull request. So if we try to actually execute this, it will fail. Once we commit this up to our branch, we can see that the actual action failed. Well, that's mainly because we didn't meet any of those conditions. The action executed before a pull request was opened up, and so that condition wasn't met. So how do we actually get around that? Well, it turns out GitHub has a lot of different triggers, and reading through these, you might have one that will specifically show you your use case. And when you're, for this particular one, there is a trigger for on pull request. So nothing will execute until you actually open up your pull request. That sounds like it's going to be perfect for our specific scenario. Go ahead and commit this to our branch and open up our pull request. Once that's open, it automatically executes our GitHub action, and you can see, hey, we met all the conditions and we now have access to this role. Again, you can start issuing commands through the CI/CD pipeline by adding to your YAML, or just pull out these secrets again and base64 decode it, put it into your own CLI, use them all you want there for the next hour. Now on, say, like a red team, submitting multiple pull requests, that might be pretty loud. Typically, a lot of places are going to send out emails like, hey, there's code review that needs to happen, and you're likely going to get caught even if you go in and close it out real quick. You might skirt under the radar, but it might be easier or better to just go ahead and pull these keys out and use them externally at that point. And this is just to prove, I had a thought, at least the first time when I pulled these secrets out, well, it has this specific trust relationship, so you can't use these keys outside of the actual pipeline. That's not true. You already met the conditions, and those keys were granted, and they're valid for an hour. So you can pull them out and put them into your own CLI and continue to use them. So this next one is one that I actually came across in my consulting days, and it's pretty interesting. You'll probably notice almost immediately what's wrong with it and why it's really bad. They were trying to do the right thing and make their trust relationship really more strict to interact with their roles, but they ended up doing pretty much the exact opposite. So this OpenID Connect role, you can see the trust relationship itself is repo BitLegion */*:*. That is basically saying the organization star, so the organization has a prefix. What repo? Any repo, because of the wildcard. And then what branch? Any branch. Sure, some of you already know exactly what's wrong with that, but let's kind of play with that. So in this particular engagement, I just went ahead and thought, all right, well, any branch within that organization, or any repo. So I created an arbitrary repo, created my own YAML file, and committed it to the branch, which then assumed into that OpenID Connect role. Successful. Yeah, we met the condition. Pretty simple, right? But the real interesting thing from there is that wildcard for the organization. Since it was BitLegion *, that's a prefix. I can put anything. I created a whole new basic Gmail account with BitLegion test that fulfills that condition, and then any repo from there, and then any branch. So created my external repo with an organization that's not familiar or has any sort of relationship with the main organization. Go ahead and create this YAML file, commit it to my specific repo, and we can see that we added full access to that as well. So this is pretty bad because they're allowing a unknown, completely unrelated GitHub repository interacting with their AWS account. And this is a great form of persistence, and some random repo out on the internet can be interacting with your AWS environment, and all based off of one wildcard misconfiguration. So you might be thinking, how do we actually go through each and every one of these roles to see what the trust relationships is? That's very difficult, time-consuming to do manually. If you guys have never used it, big shout out to Bishop Fox for their tool CloudFox. It is awesome at doing all sorts of situational awareness for cloud environments. And this one spits out a ton of information, specifically one file that shows you these trusted subjects, where you can see the actual role name, its provider, so it's OpenID Connect provider, and then these trusted subjects. That's exactly the conditions that we were looking at for each of those. And then is the role an admin or not? So this really will narrow it down and help you target specific roles within the environment. So again, huge shout out to Bishop Fox. And then just for fun, this is one that I have done in the past. This was a particular engagement where I got access to their Git repositories, and they had one in particular for their entire Terraform scripts. And I gained access to roughly 15 or 16 different GitHub personal access tokens and was trying to explain to them that I had full control over their Terraform repo. They didn't believe me, and they wanted me to actually try to do something, try to push a change. So what you can do is, once you get your hands on a lot of these GitHub personal access tokens, well, you might be able to, they might have sufficient privileges to actually do something. In this case, the organization required 3 different code approvers, and then the owner to then merge it into the main branch. Turns out I actually had enough keys to do that. So in my own branch, I went ahead and just updated the README file. I put updating this README at the very bottom of the file, committed it up, and opened up a pull request. Then I went back and created a new action to execute these curl commands. And as soon as I push this up to my repo, it's going to, each of the GitHub access tokens needed was going to approve. And then I'm going to hit all of my approvals. And then the last one is going to be to then merge it into main. Yes, these are just curl requests. You can do this in the CLI, but I thought it was much more interesting to kind of demo it in their actual CI/CD pipeline. What it looks like in the console output is you can see that it was approved and then successfully merged, and I was able to actually update their README file. So I was, at that point, able to verify and prove out to them that I could change basically anything within their Terraform repository, fully compromising their cloud. Have done it before. It's been a while since I've was able to do that, but it's a really interesting attack path. So how do we actually protect ourselves? Well, I feel like a lot more research needs to be done into this, and I think the CI/CD pipeline providers need to be a little bit better themselves about identifying secrets. But it does come down to being very, very mindful about what IAM permissions you're assigning to each of your roles. And it really comes down to strictly adhering to that principle of least privilege. You really want the roles to be sufficiently, provisioned to exactly the roles or the task that they're set to perform. If they're just moving files around from S3 bucket to bucket, there's no reason to give them IAM permissions whatsoever. One of the things you want to consider too is, do your developers really need access to every single repository? And that's usually a blanket thing. If you're a developer, you're going to have access to every repo in the organization. Really unnecessary, and because with that, you might be able to use specific runners from different repos into different GitHub repos as well. So you got to have some sort of delineation to show that this specific runner is for, say, the finance team, and this runner is specifically for an infrastructure team or a web app team. You don't want to cross-use runners or GitHub repositories for several different tasks. These creating roles with restrictive trust relationships, I haven't come across one that was really, really great that fully blocked me. But I think a lot more research needs to be done into that, of really how to lock it down to a specific action. And really, you don't want it's kind of a hard line too, because you don't want to restrict developers from doing their jobs by putting too many hoops in front of them. But you also have to balance that with the security of it and make the actual action itself have a specific trust relationship, so it blocks anyone from coming in and just executing any of these and stealing the keys. Something else you can do is enable AWS Guard Duty, and this will use AI and machine learning to help identify if the credentials are being used in any sort of suspicious way. In my experience, though, this is pretty hit or miss. It's missed a lot of things that I've done with some of these access keys. It's supposed to be able to see that, hey, it's not coming from a GitHub action anymore. It's being used in a CLI somewhere, and it's no longer usable. So it's been real hit or miss. Then you can also limit the lifetime's roles session tokens. Obviously, the default is always going to be an hour or 60 minutes at the minimum, but never set it for 12 hours. That's pretty unnecessary. And that does bring us to the end, so I kind of flew through that, but does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Thanks. Great talk. A lot of this seems to be leveraged on getting access to exfiltrating the GitHub secrets and using a third-party branch outside of the main repo to get access to those. I don't have a ton of experience, but I thought that those secrets were protected from external repos. So maybe you could talk about how that works and how you might defend against that if they're not indeed protected from third-party repos.
So say that like that last trust relationship that I showed that had the wildcard attached to it? Is that what you mean?
Well, that was having to do with getting access to the IAM stuff, but this is more earlier in the talk where you talked about exfiltrating GitHub secrets in base64 to bypass the exfiltration protections. But I was like, oh, I didn't think you had access to those secrets as a third-party repo when you're running the CI.
Well, no, so you're actually running it inside the organization. You're just creating a new branch of one of their repos that is storing the secrets itself.
So then is this more of an insider threat type?
Yes,
Oh,
exactly,
okay.
yes.
Oh, okay, great. I missed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then with an insider threat scenario, is there a way of defending against that?
Unfortunately, like I kind of said, there needs to be a lot more research into this kind of protections. Personally, I think the providers themselves or the frameworks need to be much better about identifying the secrets. I've talked to GitHub about it before, and their response was essentially, well, we can't prevent people from willingly exposing secrets. So they don't necessarily.
Use environment secrets, though. So you can do environment protections, which is similar to. So you can use environment protections as well. The secret can only be available, for example, for the environment production, and then you have to run it on the main branch or in the production environment. And in that way, you can protect it, at least against just random branches accessing the secrets.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't come across that. In my experience, it seems like a lot of organizations just kind of leave everything open, and the thought process is, oh, you have to be a developer or have very high privileged access just to get into the Git repositories or be able to execute things. So they lean on that a little bit too much. But good to know. Thank you.
Sorry if I'm bogarting the mic. But in that scenario, how do you do CI? Because the point of CI is to prevent errors before entering in the main branch. So if it only runs in main, then it's too late, and your bugs or errors or attacks from the red team have entered into main.
Yeah, it depends. But
Yeah.
we can talk later.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Any other questions? Don't be shy.
You mentioned getting caught through pull requests that triggered like an email to go review. How else have you been caught doing these?
I can't even say that pull request one actually did get me caught until probably months down the line when someone reached out to me. For the most part, I kind of talked about it a little bit. A lot of organizations, in my experience, aren't pushing their logs from GitHub to their SOC, their SIEM, and it's kind of just on the developers' laps to try to catch all of that, which they're not doing. So a lot of times you can operate kind of uncontested in that environment, and not a lot's going to catch you. I've done it time and time again over the past couple of years, and I don't think I've ever had anybody reach out to me except for months after the fact, like, hey, was this you trying to do this? Oh yeah, that's a branch I left up there titled offsec on accident. Whoops. But if you clean up after yourself too, close out all your pull requests, you might be able to just skirt completely under the radar for quite a while.
Any other questions?
And I'll be,
Yep.
I'll be sticking around too a little bit for if anybody has any questions after the fact.
Now, I saw people taking pictures of the slides, so I know you guys were curious. If I'm up here with social anxiety, I know you guys can ask questions. All right, like you said, he'll be up here to answer any questions y'all have or chat. So,
Cool.
that's all.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Everyone ready? Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas, ground floor. And this talk is building data-driven access with the tools you have. And this will be given by John Evans. This is ground floor, so you know people first talk, so we all are going to be very supportive. But before John's able to start, I want to have a few announcements. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor, Adobe, and our gold sponsors, Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, and Conductor One. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you please make sure to check that your cell phones are set to silent. Otherwise, there will be consequences. I just made that up, I'm sorry, no consequences. With all of that, let's get started, and please welcome John Evans.
Cool, okay. So I'm actually going to just put the microphone here. Everyone can hear me at the back. Sounds great. Yeah, data-driven access. So before I get into the meat of this presentation and what we're going to be talking about, just a little intro of me. So yeah, who am I? That's what I generally like to do during the summer on weekends when I inevitably on a Monday call my boss and say I've damaged myself in some particular way. Which is downhill mountain biking. So, but I haven't damaged my hands yet, so I'm still good to work. So who am I? I'm 10 years experience in corporate IT. I actually joined the IT world from the Apple Store, where my job title was lead genius. I've been, so right now I work for a company called Cedar. I am a engineering manager of technical operations. Few things report up into me, IT and DevOps. We call it cloud engineering, but I thought I'd just, so Cedar's a healthcare technology company, modernizing healthcare provider billing systems. Don't let the accent fool you. I am from the UK, but I live in Denver. And despite working for a healthcare company, I still do not understand the US system, which is why I'm glad we do what we do. So, one of my credentials for talking about this today, because as you can see, I am the evil manager word. Well, I've lived the journey across a wide range of IAM technologies, from a company that had a custom database abstraction with multiple feeds to Active Directory LDAP, a custom shibboleth implementation that you had to write XML to get new providers added, to where we are with Cedar today, which is kind of we've got all the toys, an Octane implementation with all the best case scenarios. So this journey from what it used to be to what we have now is made me really passionate about access, IAM, and SSO and stuff like that. So what else? I've got ADHD, which means I've been freaking out about this talk for 2 months and finished it about 15 minutes ago. And as this is my first ever conference talk, other than you two, only 2 others have seen this, my wife and my dog Bobby. She didn't have much to say about this, but I thought, if this sucks, at least I put a picture of my dog up, so you can't be mad at me. My wife's reaction, she usually reacts when I tell her an intricate detail about something she doesn't care about. Sounds great. But then she came back and was like, wait a second, this seems obvious. Why does it take my company so long to terminate user accounts and remove access and stuff like that? So on to the talk, I guess. What is it? What do I see data-driven access as? In short, data-driven access gives you time, gives you resources, and removes the burden of access from IT over to the people equipped to make those decisions. We use as much data as we can to drive automated access decisions, and then we fill in the gaps using delegated access management to empower system owners to grant access to the tools they own. So what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to basically go through a journey of our IAM stack and the lessons that we learned from implementing it. If some of this seems obvious, then that's great. But if you come away with even one thing from this talk, then I think we're good. I think we're successful. I was actually at Octane a couple of years back and was watching a similar talk from Netflix, and I was like, this seems obvious. And then they mentioned one thing that actually completely filled a huge hole in my offboarding strategy. So that was definitely worth it. I don't know if some of you are looking at this and, we're going through some of the tools that we use and you're thinking this is impossible. Hoping to show that there are ways to, manipulate the tools into doing what you need them to do. I don't want this to be a sales pitch for any specific tool. There are loads of tools out there. I can't talk about specific ones, but I'm hoping to provide some inspiration for what you're using. Hoping this isn't a brag. I've been where you are. So let's look at the Cedar, like a lightweight view of Cedar stack. So I've put perfect in quotations because I think that we all know that we're always going to see what needs to be fixed and what is broken. But I was at the Sphere last night and saw a pixel out because that's what I'm like. So I just put that picture there because it kind of reminded me of what perfect actually is. But I'm going to go through this stack, talk about the tools, try and give you some ideas that can relate to your environments. At Cedar, we tell prospective candidates, one good thing about working here is we have all the toys. Provided you make a good use case for it, use them to their fullest, we're happy to use a tool, an effective tool for the use case. Cool, okay. So I'll start with our source of truth. And I've heard this sometimes that Active Directory is our source of truth, LDAP is our source of truth. I am of the belief that something like a HR system is a source of truth. And really, HR systems are, kind of a big deal. They're the systems that get people paid. So there's a lot of control there. There's a lot of auditability. There's a lot of, actual control in how you grant that access. So I always want to start with a HR system as a source of truth. And when we try and get the data from a HR system, I'm kind of saying that we're looking to get as much data resolution as possible. So some examples of what I class to be good layers of data resolution. We've got the easy stuff, name, department, title, who your manager is. Medium stuff, location, office. People are remote nowadays. Knowing if they're remote is actually really important. To some of the more kind of esoteric examples that really do help you with automation. Are they a people manager? Job title is not enough to judge if someone is a people manager. Sometimes we have to say, does this person have more than one person report or more than 0 people reporting into them? If so, they're a people manager. They could have manager in their job title, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a people manager. And we use rippling at Cedar, and I think that the manager question was actually really key for us getting involved with the people team to pick a decent system that we could, automate off of. Because we kind of, I sold it as we can add managers to all of the email groups, to all of the Slack groups, to all of the things that they need to use from day, from day 0. Like, wouldn't that be cool? You don't have to open tickets. So I think our goal is for someone to have access to all the core systems they need from day 0. So for me, it was really important to relate that to the HR system, to the HR team, the people team. So that was a very, very quick kind of look at the source of truth, but I'm going to go back to that in a second. I also want to talk about source of data, because I think that you may also hear that, we use Okta. I think you might also hear that that is a source of truth. But I don't see it that way. And for a few different reasons. I think that modern IDP should have a lot of these features, but a rich tool set of rules and automations and things that come out of the box that will let you actually drive some of the key automations off that source of truth data is really important in a source of data. And I also think that source of truth is designed to be mutated in the actual source itself. A source of data, we can build integrations outside of it. So I'm going to go into some examples of kind of what we've done to leverage Okta as a source of data, and what you could potentially do as well if you have a source of data that has a API. So yeah, let's look at some examples of that. I've got a pretty good example here. So this is an example of changing our source of data outside of Okta. If Okta was our source of truth, we wouldn't be able to change it outside of what is already existing. So this is an example of if someone's on call, we run a Lambda on a schedule that pings the PagerDuty API. Is this person on call? Yes. So, add them to an Okta group, hit the Okta API, add them to an Okta group, and put them into the on-call group. That then fires a bunch of rules that essentially say, okay, this person's on call. They get added to a Slack group, which gives them the handle of on call. They get added to a AWS group, which elevates their access while they're on call, which I think is a good way of automating and keeping our access as low as possible, but having an automation that elevates it if needed. So these downstream systems, AWS, Slack, are we using a bunch of API integrations within Okta? Not really. We're just doing a lot of rule logic in Okta. And I think this is one of the things that I'm really passionate about. There are vendors out there that promise hundreds of custom integrations, and they're, they do have a high value. I always think that you should try and do what you can in your platform, because if you have to change vendor, if you have to change to a different system, the rules will still exist and can be easily changed and modified. The vendors out there that will do hundreds and thousands of different integrations, like when we looked at that vendor, it was about the same cost as an engineer. And I don't think that we have an engineer working 38 hours a week on this. But your situation, it may work. But for us, the rule logic works really well. Now, it does rely on the downstream application being a very good SSO citizen. And I'll talk more about that later. But if you have that and the rules provide all the access you need, then you can go even further. We do kind of more advanced rule logic. This is something that I've called exclusion groups. Exclusion groups let you use the Okta rule logic to say, if the person is a member of this group and also not a member of an exclusion group, then you can grant access. If they are an exclusion group, don't grant access. And we have situations where a user might be in an exclusion group because they're in a different country. They can't access the data outside of the US. Or if something happens and we have to limit access, we can build models out of those exclusion groups to reduce access without removing the person from Okta. So you can take rule logic, and this is in Okta, but look at your IDP, look at your system to see how far you can take rule logic, because you can go pretty far with it. And obviously, source of truth, all of these items can be used in rule logic, and that's how we get a Boolean that gives, makes someone a manager, and they get added to those groups and Slack groups and things. Be careful, a bit of caution. I was cleaning up my own mess last week because I was using a manager field. Manager fields can change a lot easier than like a department. We have like a really good process for departments. If a manager leaves the company, then you have to clean up that mess, which is what I was doing last week, because it's a lot quicker for someone to leave the company than it is to change a department. So a word of warning, if you are using fields to automate, be careful of using manager, job title, things that can change easy, because you'll be cleaning up a mess like I did. Employee lifecycle. This is one that I think that we're particularly proud of. And again, this is using Okta's built-in additional workflows. When I joined Cedar, onboarding used to be the responsibility of the IT team. A lot of manual work, a lot of tickets, granting access, doing a lot of things to get people into systems. Offboarding used to be a 40-step manual process. Every time someone left the company, that was a process that was prone to errors. It took a lot of time. We as a company need to be HIPAA compliant, so we had to solve this. And this is a very dense diagram, but I really want to kind of show what you can do. And this is in Okta's workflow module. When it comes to offboarding someone or onboarding somebody, just some very quick looks at the onboarding process. We are able to consume a onboarding request from the HRIS, so nobody's creating the account manually. The HRIS does that when somebody starts. In Okta workflows, we start to create, we use some of the built-in modules to create a system of record, to start logging what applications that person has access to. And then we even have custom API steps as well of the onboarding. So I think like one cool thing that one of my team implemented a couple of weeks back was a API call to purchase a Google license. If we don't have any Google licenses, buy the license for that person. That's all automated. And then evidence generation at the end, because we are kind of responsible for being audited. The offboarding process, 40 different offboarding steps have been kind of condensed into this flow, which again is IT is not responsible for offboarding somebody. We're not getting pinged and being like, hey, this person's leaving. Can you make sure to deactivate their account on this date at this time? We get an API call from our HR system, and at the appropriate time, they're offboarded. And then this executes. I think some really cool things from this, which is, offboarding is never nice, but there are some interesting things here. So after the Okta workflow step, we reach out to different systems depending on what makes sense. So Okta's logic for offboarding Google licenses isn't as good as another tool that we use called Lumos, which I'll go into in a second. So we make an API call to Lumos to do a more robust Google offboarding process. You have to keep a license active for 30 days, and then we have to remind people after that time. I don't think we're quite perfect there, but that's the vision. And then we hit a system called Retriever. If that person is remote, then we will hit a service called Retriever, which sends a box and a label to that person to send their item back. And that saved hours of my team being in my team being at FedEx sending boxes to people for them to send their machines back. So really, really useful there. I'm sure if you can think of any other systems that you can make a custom API call to, then you can extend like what it is your system does. Final step of the process, delegated access management. So this is one of the things that I'm also really passionate about. Who is providing access to your systems? So we've done the data, we've got as much birthright access as possible. We've done the automations where possible. Now, not every tool is something that someone should have access from day zero. So who is granting that access? Is it IT? Are they equipped to do that? Like, do they understand the level of access that they're granting? Do they have to run around and get approvals and get those kind of things? Or can we move that over to a delegated access management system, like a system like Figma? Like, our design team knows who needs access to Figma. I don't. I have no idea. Designers, I guess. But they, as owners of the system, will know who needs access. People can request access that can get approved by a manager, and then that access is granted upon acceptance. So no tickets being created. We use a tool called Lumos, which is a pretty good tool to do this. And I think that once we introduced Lumos for access requests, we dropped our IT tickets by about 2,000 over the course of a year, which was huge for the team. So that's like a really quick rundown of our stack and where we've come to and some of the challenges we've gone through. But yeah, as I said, I know change is hard. We had to get to this point. It was a journey. And this wasn't intended to be a brag about, oh, how great we are or whatever. When I joined Cedar, we had a kind of semi-automated system where the HR system didn't integrate with anything. And the people team had to drop a CSV onto a Google Drive, which would then be consumed by a Lambda and then fed into the Okta API. We didn't have delegated access management, 40-step manual offboarding process. So all of these things we've had to, get over to get to where we are today. So I'm going to finish this out with some of the challenges that I am very aware of. SSO, probably hear from vendors, yeah, we do SSO. It was actually mean to do SSO. Now, this is a polite slide. In my internal meetings, it's a lot more sweary and angry. But this is some of the problems you can have with what constitutes SSO. Like, you have to have the enterprise plus super mega OMFG plan, or you have to, SSO tax. We do SAML login, we don't do provisioning. So, is your team buying a system where somebody's going to have to create individual users? We do provisioning, we don't do group sync. So they're going to have to move them into groups manually. I've actually been on calls with vendors telling them how to implement SSO. And it's surprising how many don't. I understand that SSO can be a big problem, especially if you're getting requests from teams to, I want this tool, I need this tool. So some tips, really, be involved with procurement. It's not the most interesting thing, but you have to be in the step to help the teams understand, why what they might want is going to cause problems. If they have a system that needs 400 people in it, explain why they're going to have the enterprise plan, or they're going to have to try another vendor. But also work with them and, is it a critical system? How critical is the data? How many users does it have? Does it have 5 people and it's like not that critical? then maybe the team can manage it themselves. And I think that, what we've seen from a lot of the automations that we've done previously is that if we have to build a custom feed, then maybe we can. Is the implementation cost going to be worth it? Not sure, but it's very, building a Lambda that consumes an API that drops an SFTP file onto a drive, is possible. So you can, get around it. Don't accept that you're going to have to go in and manually provision each user. I would, hate for us to have to do that. The glorious world of HR systems. I tried to find the most modern HR system I could that is about right. But yeah, as you said previously, I know the pain of struggling with bad HRS systems. And that was really what got me involved with our people team to make the choice of rippling and to understand, if we had more capabilities, we could help them even more. And before that, we had to make do and do this Lambda that, consumed a CSV file, dropped it onto Google Drive. It wasn't perfect, but it did also kind of put the pain over to our people team, which meant they were also invested in helping us get that done as well. And I think as well, changes, it can also come from within. Really proud of my team that are not accepting how things are. You want your teams to be lazy. You want them to ask, why am I doing this over and over again? This makes no sense. Empower your team to not be helpless, and then give them, support to go beyond whatever can be done in the UI. Can they code something custom? I'm really proud that we've got a fantastic team that are growing into engineers by asking these questions. And a lot of what you saw was actually executed by the team. I'm just here taking the credit for it because I'm the M word. So we wouldn't be where we were without the team. And get the data. If you're spending, let's say, if you're spending X time at FedEx shipping boxes, then if you're getting a system that does that automatically, then you're going to save Y amount of time. And yeah, as I said at the beginning, I hope that you've taken something away from this today. If you have, I'll consider it a success. Data-driven automation gives you time, resources, and removes the burden of access from IT over to people that can make those decisions. Look at the tools you have. Do you need the all-singing, all-dancing 100 integration application management platform, or can you do something with what you've got with a simple API call? And how can you make more from the data that you already have? If you do have a good linkage with a system, can you use that data to make and to do more automation? So yeah, thanks for letting me talk about this and showing up. I really appreciate it.
Ready for some questions then?
Yeah.
Anyone have any questions? All right.
Thank you. Hi there. How do you handle a source of truth that is a little too malleable? Like people have too much access to change things, or it doesn't tie directly into like spending or earning? Because I know you mentioned that at the start.
Yeah, I think I actually heard someone ask this question last night as well when I was kind of pitching this. You're saying that your HR system is too malleable. Yes. I think like that's tricky, right? And do I have a good answer for you other than to get involved with the team and explain why this is a problem? And if that is something that you are using as a source of truth, then it needs to be truthful, right? And not easily changed, because get involved with the team. If they are doing things like departmental changes, get involved with putting a process behind that so they inform you if they change that. Because yeah, you don't want them, oh, we'll just change the department and then everyone loses access. And I think we've done pretty well there, but there's definitely work to do. Yeah, I wouldn't consider a source of truth to be that malleable, but apparently it's the case. So.
This is really good stuff. Great presentation. You showed towards the beginning of your presentation a flowchart where you had a mapping defined between a person that is on this team at this time, right? They're on call, needs to inherit this access by being in these groups, right? So we kind of think of that as a mapping between who you are and what job you have and what permissions you inherit. Now, I think the one that you showed was relatively simple, right? It had about 3 outputs, but in a more complex enterprise, you might have 10, 15, 20 outputs, right? So how do you take care of managing those mappings if, your Okta crashed and lost everything, right? Or you got hit by a bus, right? Like, how do you reconstruct all of that stuff for somebody that's not involved in this process?
One thing I didn't show during this presentation was I've kind of, and I didn't show it because we haven't fully implemented it yet, but I've got a document about basically making namespaces. So there's a philosophy, well, yeah, at least a philosophy of this is the type of, app : application name : access level. That's the kind of group that has access to the application. And then you have an account collection that will drive that. And then you have like exclusion groups, EX : etc. So I didn't put that into this presentation because I thought it'd be a bit too dense, but I have got a doc that I'm working on to try and show that in more, but I want my team to also implement it before I start to shout about how cool it is. But yeah, like basically I'm making like namespaces with Okta groups.
Hey, nice presentation. I think that you need to have a certain amount of maturity in the company for doing things like this. What do you think about all the groups that are involved in this because maybe IT has more maturity than HR or processes internally? What do you think?
Yeah, I think like as well, I'd say it's like obviously our implementation isn't perfect. There's definitely stuff that's in IT, like that's in Okta that needs to be cleaned up, tech debt. I think that we've kind of matured at the same rate as our people team. And if that isn't the case, then, I think that I know I keep saying it, I know it sounds, rich, but work with them to understand that, like, if you can get this right, then all of this stuff that frustrates you, we can automate it. And I keep going back to like email groups. Like we're not perfect on the email groups yet, but they understand that like if we can get more data, they're not gonna have to add people into a Google group. They're not gonna have to automate that offboarding. They're not gonna have to create a ticket for IT to offboard people, right? They can handle that themselves. They're not gonna have to try and find an IT person to do it. Yeah, I think like, and maybe we're lucky with that our people team have matured at kind of the same rate. But yeah, as I said, like try and sell what can happen if you get it right.
Any other questions? All right.
So in my organization, we're starting an exercise about relabeling our data with, the evolution of PII laws. Do you have any sort of like in systems or mappings in your in this infrastructure to sort of say, okay, this is something that I think you mentioned needs to stay in the US or otherwise, and how did you go about that?
I think we go off standard HIPAA. The systems, it's basically, I think, standardized with HIPAA, which is, green systems do not contain PHI. Yellow systems could be, and I'm looking at Aaron because red systems do have PHI in them, and we do have to control access.
Yeah, this was one of the early things that we did from the security side and not the IT side, was try and simplify access down to red, yellow, green. Maybe haven't explained it perfectly, but red is sensitive patient data. Yellow is sensitive data that is not patient data. So this will be employee data, financial data, things like that. And green is lunch menus. I don't care if it's on the internet. Your team, obviously each company is different in terms of the access levels that they need to do, but we focused on just that really simple, like red, yellow, green traffic light thing to start. And there are, in fact, rules in Okta named, red US only, red, and so on, and we can use the Okta rules to map team constraints and application constraints to those labels.
Thank you.
So the KISS, keep it simple, silly. Any other questions? Oh, yes.
So, great perspective on data-driven access, right? And one of the things that we always speak to when we talk about access is entitlements. And the way entitlements feed into your entitlements repository and the way they branch out into the systems, there is always a delay component involved, right? Maybe your entitlements refresh happens overnight, flows to downstream systems maybe the next day, whatever, right? So how do you bridge the gap between the time, an access is supposed to be revoked, till it gets to your entitlement repositories, and those individual entitlements are truly reflected down, right? Because to avoid failures such as bad connections from somebody, or too many unsuccessful attempts because hey, that service ID is still tied to that person in your system of record, and that causes trouble down the line. So what's your is there, given the cloud approach, I think it's more cloud-centric, but is there a magic bullet to?
I think that goes back to the SSO being a good SSO citizen. And I don't think everything's perfect there. So if all else fails, we obviously do remove login by losing SSO, and you can't log in without that. But if an application is a good SSO citizen, Okta is really good at essentially when that person's access is revoked, it will fire SIM calls for every application that person had access to, which if your application is a good SSO citizen, it will remove that access. And I think that the security team have done a really good job with Lumos as a delegated access management platform, which has also a temporary amount of access time. So we do just-in-time access for AWS access elevation. And that also does the same thing where, because it's a good citizen, it removes the access when that time is up. But it's not perfect. There are systems that people still exist in, but fortunately for the most important ones, it does actually remove that access.
Any other questions? I'm glad you left a decent amount of time for questions. Everyone wanted to know more. So I want to thank you for your talk, and big round of applause, everyone.
you had a good lunch. We have a talk called The Road to Developers' Hearts for many of us to relate to if you're a software developer or a security engineer. And this will be presented by Singh Ambikapathy. I hope I said your name right. So today I'd like to thank our sponsors. We have Adobe here, we have Blue Cat, Toyota, 3 Prism Cloud, SimGrimp, Conductor One. So without the help of our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on such a show here. So just a reminder to silence your cell phones, and we'll have questions at the end. Hopefully we have time. This is just a 20 to 30 minute talk, so I'll hand it over to Singh.
Thanks, Katie. Welcome, everyone. Hope you all are enjoying the event and staying hydrated. And also, thank you for coming to my talk. Speaking of my talk, it is the Road to Developers' Heart. A quick introduction to what I'm going to talk about for the next 20 minutes and why am I talking about it. I've been a software developer for quite a long time now, and I've been in the security space and building security products since 2017. I have had hands-on experience in both sides of things. During this journey, I get to see how different the perspectives are from both sides on how to solve a problem or what problems to solve even. On top of that, every project comes with certain constraints. It may be limited resources or time. When you add those constraints to the difference in perspective, okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, when you add those constraints to the difference in perspective, it creates challenges. Challenges become friction, and things get escalated. In this talk, I'm going to talk about how to reduce those challenges and share some personal experiences. Towards the end, we will have some Q&A, and if time permits, I would love to hear what worked for you in those similar situations. Before we go too far, you might wonder, why is it important, right? If there is a security issue, you can escalate, push people to get things done, and it works most of the time. Why does it matter how security teams and software teams should collaborate? In my opinion, it is not about solving one or few problems at hand. At the end of the day, we need to protect our customer, safeguard their data, and keep our system secure. In order to do that, software and security teams need to work as a same team to achieve a same goal. That's why I'm talking about this topic. I kind of split this talk into 4 categories: people, process, technology, and cultural aspects. I'm going to start with the people-based one, which is building trust. This is an obvious thing to say, but it is really hard to do consistently. If you work together as a team day in and day out, it might be relatively easy to build trust. But most of the time, software teams work with security teams on a short-term engagement. There is not much time to get to know each other. So security teams work with software teams for a short period of time, mainly towards the end of the project, and you identify some issues, and you make the development feel like you are blocking their delivery. This whole combination of things do not help build trust. So what can we do about it, right? Unfortunately, there is no one standard checklist to build trust. I'm going to talk about a few things in the upcoming slides that may help build trust, but at this point in time, I'm going to talk about a few crucial benefits of building trust. Earlier in my career, I used to be very hesitant to share some of the things I thought might be wrong with my security counterparts, mainly because I might get into trouble or it might backfire and things like that. After working in security space for a while, now that I know the teams are here to help and I trust them, whenever I couldn't prioritize some of the nice-to-have security things in my project, I go talk to my security friends and I ask them to advocate for it. It helped my case a lot of time. So developers know the product in and out. Sometimes they know where exactly the issues are and what issues are in the backlog. Once you build the trust, they will bring you some issues that you did not even know existed. It is also a really good reconnaissance opportunity. The next one is being available. There was a time when it used to take weeks to get any of the security consultation done, if not months. Thankfully, things have changed now. By the time you finish the back and forth communication, sometimes you even forget what the initial ask was, or you might have moved on to a different project. Thankfully, organizations started to prioritizing security more now than before. Having easy access to security teams during project development or when fixing issues is extremely helpful than you think. It reduces a lot of overhead cost and rework and re-reviews. It makes both software and security teams more efficient. This is another thing that is very easy to say, but everybody is busy and it's very hard to do in real life. So find your avenues. It could be weekly office hours, or setting up a design reviews, or getting involved with the team's development processes from the initial stages, or establishing an asynchronous communication channel through which your response velocity is a little bit faster without impacting your productivity, obviously. So also, staying engaged with the teams through periodic security events or sending newsletters and letting them know that you are available to help is a great way to build trust, and also it make you feel like you are part of development team as well. All right, I'm going to move on to a couple of process-based things. Early detection of issues comes with a lot of well-known benefits. I'm not going to get into that. Preventative controls are even better, but be cautious of shifting too left, especially in the early in the product development. Early in the stages, developers want to move fast, build something scrappy, and iterate on it. If your organization have a lot of processes or red tapes around project initiation or setting up the initial infrastructure, it can be disruptive. At the same time, I'm not advocating for putting test environment on the internet. There needs to be a balance. It may require customizing some of your processes, and that should still be within the limits of your organization's risk profile. The other aspect of it is program management. In the past, one of the audit teams supposed to do a review of our software, and they couldn't time until end of the year. They started the review in November. They did a great job. They gave us a bunch of issues to fix before they go on vacation. And some of those issues were expected to be fixed by end of the year. And obviously, some of us were not happy. Things like that could have been avoided, or at least advanced notification might have been helpful. We all understand things like Log4j happen, but if something can be done in advance, please do not let that be a surprise. Next, I'm going to move on to a couple of technology-based aspects. Doing manual things over and over again is time-consuming and it is annoying. It would be really helpful to identify or build some tools and integrate that with continuous integration process. It's going to save a lot of time for both teams. Once I was part of a team that was heavily using database programming language for which there were no open source static code tool analysis tool available. We were spending a lot of time manually reviewing things, and eventually we found a tool, we procured it and we integrated it, and we all were super excited that it's gonna work. Unfortunately, the tool was borderline unusable, mainly because of the false positives. So we spent a lot of time fixing the false positives, and eventually we made it work. And it was a lot of time. We spent a lot of time initially, but it was one of the greatest investment for software and security teams at that time. So as a security practitioner, you have visibility into a lot of security automation tools. if you can bring that into development teams' attention, help them automate, and also fine-tune it to reduce the false positives, it would be a great win for both software and security teams. A few years ago, I was part of a security team, and there was a development team came to us for a consultation. At the time, we had a really good network security engineer in our team, and he was new to the organization as well. And he started providing some advanced networks solution that some of us heard it for the first time. And we did not have any prototype done, or we didn't even know how that would fit into our ecosystem. The teams left with more questions than answers. Ideas like that are great. It pushes us to innovate, but it might be a good candidate for running as a separate project because it is very hard for software teams to build a new security solution when they are still trying to solve the software problem. So provide realistic recommendation that, that you might have to consider some trade-off decision, but it is really meaningful and helpful to the development teams. Being specific. Most of the security questions can be answered with "it depends." It can be vague at times, and honestly, it can be annoying at times, sometimes too. So instead, it's a really worthy exercise getting into the specifics and understanding all the various options available, and providing a meaningful and specific solutions that will help a lot in terms of the communication with the development team, and then in terms of the efficiency of the teams as well. You could even do some lightweight tabletop exercise in the advance that teams can use as a framework throughout their development, and then they can use that during their SDLC lifecycle. The next one is escalations. For most organizations, security is job 0 or job 1, however you see it. If there is a security issue, you will have to escalate, and it needs to be treated appropriately. There is no question about that. But when escalating things, having a well-defined mitigation plan or success criteria, again, being specific about those things, will not only help avoid a lot of back and forth communication and chaos, it will also help hundreds or thousands of developer hours, depends on the size of your organization. The worst thing that can happen is, I get an issue in the middle of the night, and I try to look for an answer, and if the answer is something like, "it depends," this is not fun. Also, you might be part of a larger organization with multiple security teams trying to run multiple initiatives or campaigns, or smaller organization trying to do multiple things with good intentions. In both cases, software team's gonna receive all the issues at once, and if the team is resource constrained, they're gonna prioritize some issues versus others, and some of the issues gonna wait. Now, the question becomes, if it can wait now, why not do it before, right? So ruthlessly prioritize security initiatives or campaigns within and across your organization. It will not only help protect the security team's brand within the builders community, it is also very essential to build trust across the builders teams. Finally, I want to end with a couple of cultural things. Changes take time. When you try to introduce new processes or practices, you might feel like developers don't listen, or they are not, they don't care about security. But most of the time, that is not the case, because security was an afterthought traditionally. Now we are trying to bring that into mainstream. Now it's going to take some time and practice for teams to get used to it. The one best thing you can do is, besides doing your organization security programs, find your allies within the development teams so they can act as your eyes and ears out there they can ask questions like, hey, have you considered security when doing things? So reminders like that are very crucial for changing the security culture across the development teams. I have seen organizations change their security culture over the period of 1 to 2 years through constant reinforcement and reminders. So changes do happen. This is my final slide and my favorite one. Until 2017, I learned about absolute minimum security that is required to do my job. At that time, I started working with one of the security engineer and for one of my projects, and he taught me about a lot of cool security things, and he advised me to go to a lot of conferences like BSides and take some trainings. And I really enjoyed security side of things, and eventually I ended up joining their team. That helped me expand my knowledge across various security areas. Ever since, whichever the development team I am part of, I always look for opportunity to do security improvements and advocate for security things. And also, I look for people with security interest and ask them to take similar trainings I took in the past. So if it is not for that one security engineer, I wouldn't be here, and also I would not be doing any of these things. So building security communities and mentoring people at work goes a long way. You could potentially influence the entire organization through the people you mentor and coach. I think that is end of my talk. And once again, I really appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Singh. This is Discover the Hidden Vulnerability Intelligence within CISA's Key Catalog, presented by Glenn Thorpe. And, what's that?
Yeah, oh, I was just agreeing.
And we'll take questions at the end. It's a short talk, 20 minutes, so we'll have 10 minutes for questions. And just want to thank our sponsors, Adobe, Toyota. We had a number of them this year. SimGrid, Blue Cat, 3 Prism Cloud. If you want to take pictures, just make sure that you're just getting the screen and nobody's in the background. And again, we'll take questions at the end. All right, Glenn.
Is my volume okay? Okay. So I'll start off. Thanks everyone for coming to my talk. As mentioned, I only have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to speed through pretty quick, and then we can have questions afterwards, or if time doesn't allow, we can have hallway conversations or whatever. So there's a lot of visualizations on the presentation. So afterwards, there'll be a link to grab all the data, the visuals, the slides, everything. So don't fret about the actual slides themselves, and don't fret if you don't get to kind of consume the whole chart, because there's a lot on some of these, and I don't think you're going to do that in like the 10, 20 seconds that it's on the screen. But I'll just jump in. So today we're going to dive into the hidden vulnerability intelligence that lies within the SysDisKev catalog. More specifically, what you can do to prioritize when you have more than one competing vuln in the Kev. So in other words, there's multiple things added to Kev, and you have to pick, between one or the other. There are some findings as we look through the data that can help you make that prioritization decision. And to clarify, CISA is not affiliated with this talk. They have not approved it. I'm just a big fan, so I hope that they appreciate it. They are in the room, so I'll be nice. And also that means that if you have specific questions, we can have them cornered and make them answer your questions. So we'll get started. First off, I have to introduce myself. My name is Glenn Thorpe. I work for Gray Noise Intelligence. I lead the security research team there, and I have to start off by saying they're an insanely talented group of people. I'm very fortunate to work where I do and do what I do with the group that I do. I've been in security for over 21 years, different focus areas such as detection and response, vulnerability management, and emerging threats. When I'm not doing cybersecurity things, I'm usually studying weather patterns or scuba diving, observing sharks, stuff like that. That's my whole personality, basically. And yeah, so just I'm underwater either literally or metaphorically. So that's just how we do it in security. So we'll dive in. So what exactly is the Kev catalog? Is anyone here not familiar with the CISA Kev catalog? Okay, great. No problem there. So I knew there would be people here. I was ready for it. So Kev stands for Known Exploited Vulnerabilities. And I'll start by saying note that it's past tense, which means it's already happened. It's not a predictive tool. It means these are known exploited vulnerabilities. Like, it's in the name. It's pretty clear. But I think that there's some confusion around that, where people think maybe sometimes it's a bit more speculative than it really is. It was launched in November 21, and to be included in the Kev catalog, a vuln has to have 3 major attributes. 1, there must be a CVE assigned. Makes sense. The vuln must be actively exploited in a way that's impactful. So, for example, a misnomer that I've picked up from watching some of the CISA talks on the Kev, kind of doing my research here, is there's a misnomer that if it's in the Kev, that means it's attacked or affected government institutions or organizations directly, and that's not necessarily true, right? That's not necessarily true. That just means it's being done in an impactful way. It could be a large organization or something with a large footprint or another country, whatever, but it does not imply necessarily that it has affected our government in the US. And the last attribute is there must be some kind of clear guidance on what to do about this problem. Otherwise, you're kind of just kicking a beehive a bit. So that third one is kind of important to think about. So the actual purpose of the Kev is to drive remediation and mitigation within the government. So it has directives that back it. The Kev has a due date within it. And again, so it's basically built by the government, for the government, but enjoyed by all, for everyone to understand what's going on, in our security landscape or our threat landscape. But it's important to note that they are backed by some regulations and directives for the government agencies that are bound to them. So next question is, has anyone analyzed the Kev before? And I say that in jest because it's been done 1,000 times. But don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with like the details of the same old boring stuff or the same old like top level findings, except just a little bit because I have to paint the picture for the path that I went down to kind of unearth these like 3 main takeaways that I have today. So bear with me at the beginning. We're going to get somewhere towards the middle, I promise. So who is privileged enough to be on the Kev? Like, what is the diversity of this list? Well, interestingly, so right now there's about, okay, first off, this data, like I had to cut it off at some point, so I cut it off the last week of June. So anything that happened in the last 2 weeks, not my problem. So there's 1,100 entries across 180 vendors, but 5 vendors account for half of all the entries within the Kev catalog. Kind of interesting, so we'll come back to that. Vendors that are usually in Kev include a lot of widely used software like Microsoft, Adobe, Oracle, open source projects like Apache, or major security tool sets like, or security controls like Fortinet or Cisco, Juniper, et cetera. So there's a lot of diversity in it, but it's interesting that most of it is just between those 5 vendors. Another interesting thing is that 77% of the vendors that are on the list were added within the first 12 months of the Kev being created. So this line kind of basically is the 1-year mark. You can see, this is the rate of new vendors being added. So, it kind of leveled off, roughly after the first year. The rate of new vendors appearing slowed down quite a bit. All right, so maybe interesting, we'll see. Now, is the CVSS distribution for these, for the vulns that are on the Kev interesting? Not really. The higher CVSS scores are on the right. The height of the chart, of the plot, kind of indicates the quantity. But really, it's kind of as you expect. Higher CVSS scores mean unauth, remote, remotely exploitable, and maybe no authentication, whatever. So it's not surprising that it would lie here. It's maybe most surprising that there's like a 3.5 CVSS score on the Kev. Like, that's kind of interesting, but anyway, so like, I don't know. So let's take a look at the trajectory of the Kev, of basically how fast things have been added to it. So again, it was created late 2021. It goes up to the end of July. Interestingly, it's almost linear, except for you see that big cliff there towards the beginning of 2021, or 2022, sorry. Does anyone have an idea what that might be from? What maybe was, I see you nodding, what maybe was happening globally that would cause just a big dump of new vulns being added to the Kev? Okay, Ryan, yell the answer. A war, yeah. The Russian invasion of Ukraine. So we'll come back to that. So basically looking for all of these little tidbits of color that were, maybe not lying within the Kev that we could figure out, like, how can we get a little bit more intelligence out of this? So the Kev's basically updated average every 5 days. Like, don't read into that much. There's been, I know once, maybe twice, I couldn't prove it, that it was updated in the same day, twice in the same day. I don't know if anyone knows. But basically, like, they get added as they get added. Sometimes it's every day, sometimes it's once a week, whatever. So again, interesting, but I don't know. So we keep looking. Does anyone have a guess for what the average age of a vuln that's on the Kev is? And don't get mad, Sissa, I promise we're going somewhere. So it's 1,000 days. So like, if you just look at the actual average age holistically, then the average age of a CV in the Kev is over 1,000 days. And you're just like, oh, that's not feeling great, weird. And speaking of ages, I had to make this joke because it's too obvious, but there is a 22-year-old vuln on the Kev. So that means it could play Taylor Swift 22 on repeat. It could walk down Las Vegas or Paradise or whatever this. It could walk down the Strip and gamble and drink. The vuln could, do everything that an adult can do in the U.S. So pretty crazy. But that does highlight like how integral it is for patch management in organizations to be very thorough, not just looking at what's current or what's new or what's just been released, but also you have to keep checking your organization for these older things because they still exist. We see them all the time at Gray Noise. Like, people love the old bones because if they're going to keep working, people are going to keep exploiting them. You got to patch it. We all know that. So far, this isn't really painting a very timely picture. So how do we dig deeper? We dig deeper by basically finding the signal in all of this noise. And the good news is Gray Noise is all about reducing the noise. So we need to accommodate for the outliers. And so when I was looking through the data and digging for some way to make this more interesting than I think a lot of, I mean, no offense, it's just like more interesting than what we've already learned from the KEV, like there's got to be something new here. I was able to break down the data set into 3 different essential categories. The first category, and they're time bounded, by the way. The first category would be the initial dump that was on November 3rd of 21, which is when the KEV was created. So this plot shows like the width is the quantity, the height is the age. And so this is what the initial dump of 280 something vulns look like that were added to the KEV from the age and quantity perspective. The next data set was that really large cliff that we saw on that earlier graph. And so basically the invasion of Ukraine started on February 24th, 2022. And the next 107 days, there's no reason for 107 other than that's how the data kind of painted itself. Like as I looked at the age of the CVs that were added or the technologies or the rate, how quickly they were being kind of batched together, there was just a natural bookend for the 107th day afterwards. So we went with that. So basically I broke that down into what's referenced for the rest of the talk as UKR conflict. So this is that dump where, like I said, when you saw, and I'll bring it up here again in a second, that large cliff. So you can see a much bigger diversity as far as age, and that's where you get that 20-something-year-old vuln at the top, and it's just really much more scattered. And then the last category is everything else. So when it really gets on that center column being basically, less than a week of CVE age, everything kind of comes back together. So what we're looking at here is 3 groups. The initial one, like I said, 287 CVEs, 591 day average. The second one has almost a 1900 day average. So that's where you get that average of 1,000 days on KEV. Like, very misleading. It's 1,000 days because this one 107 day period just really skewed it. So you have to take that into account. And then everything else. And so interestingly enough, the average age of the first dump and the everything else category is essentially, pretty close together. So that's cool. And then clearly the outlier is the Russia-Ukraine invasion dump. Okay. Same data, different view. Maybe it helps you consume it better. Some people don't like the violin plots and stuff. So, but left to right is the age, and top to bottom is the quantity, but same information. And again, this will be all available for you afterwards. So let's look at that cumulative view again, like I teased. We put lines on here. I hope you can see them, but basically, marking off the beginning and the 107th day of the Ukraine. You can kind of see how that data really kind of literally levels out and then keeps its continued crawl. So the rate of addition is pretty linear, which is kind of interesting. What does that mean? I don't know. We'll see, but it's just interesting. But what we do know is that there's the first full calendar year of the KEV that doesn't have a major outlier is 2023. So we're kind of just going to say 2023 is really the baseline because 21 was only a month of data, and 2022 was just so heavily skewed by the invasion. Let's check back in on the CVSS scores with these data sets broken up. Does that look interesting? I think not. They're almost all near identical, especially the top and the bottom are really, really close together. And even the CVSS score of the conflict group is pretty close together. So I think I'm kind of done digging into the CVS score, looking for some interesting things there because it's pretty well represented across all 3 data sets. So, okay, so those are kind of the basics, right? We're going to step it up a notch. So, question. Of course, it's a trick question. I'm giving a presentation about it. Do you think the average age of CVEs is increasing or decreasing over time? Are they getting essentially like added to the kev closer to their existent or their known about date or later. Does that mean sooner or decreasing? Okay, good answer. So yes, they are absolutely decreasing. So this shows it broken down by year, 21, 2, 3, 4. Further to the left on each one is basically the age of the CVE, and then again, height is the quantity. So again, the first year, a little abnormal because it was the dump. Second year, the Ukraine war, like everything's crazy. But then once you get to the, quote, first baseline year of 23, you can see that the CVE age is actually quite young, like within the first week of their age, of their assignment. And the trend continues into 2024. So now it's looking a little bit better. A couple of thoughts on this. I think the age of CVEs being younger is part of it's definitely due to attackers exploiting things faster, because they are, we know this, like that's not news. But I think it also speaks to a bit of, CIS has been very serious about doing outreach and partnerships and info sharing and stepping that up each year and building relationships. That's why they're here. I think that's why you're here. So it's I think it's paying off because people are sharing more earlier and openly, and so that helps us all. It helps everyone. So, and there's the ability to submit to the kev online soon. So they're working on it. So it's great. So 2023 is the first baseline year. Like I said, you see the major shift to very early or very young vulns being added. So kev is again looking a little bit more timely once we start taking out those anomalies. Another question, is the kev data static? And this one I think might be surprising to some folks. So I'll tell you that it's not static, and I would ask, other than there is an occasional removal of a vuln from kev, don't worry about that. But within the kev, is there what field might be updated near silently? I think it's silently. So within the kev, I should have brought up the actual fields in the data set at the beginning. But there's a field in there that is known ransomware campaign use. And so this was added last October, so it hasn't even been in a full year. And it is to do what the name says. Is this known to be used in a ransomware campaign? And so the options are known, unknown. That's it, right? Or is there one more? Yeah. Known or unknown. So I started digging into this, and first off, we know that field matters because there is data to suggest, it's not our data, but there is research data out there that suggests that when a vuln has the known ransomware campaign use attribute, it's patched 2.5 times faster. That makes sense. Ransomware is expensive. We all are very familiar with it. So, okay, cool. So this is a 5 minutes for. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, I am behind. All right, we're gonna fly. So yes, so basically there's a known campaign, ransomware campaign use flag. It does get updated silently. And so what this looks like is, again, offline consumption, but there's been 41 times where that field has been changed after being added to the data set. And we found this by basically harvesting the kev every day and then doing a dip to see when something changed. So as far as I know, this isn't really publicly announced or displayed in some way. So if your organization cares or utilizes this field in some way, then it's important that you go back and check on it to see if it's changed. It is a one-way street from unknown to known. It's never reversed. Again, makes sense. But for the secret intel, so that's just kind of an interesting thing in case you didn't realize that. But how many people or how many organizations pay attention to the time to fix a vuln? So again, on the kev is a due date. That due date minus the day that it was added is the time to fix it. So a lot of folks probably don't because it's basically meant for government organizations. However, it can be telling. When the kev started, we had basically a default of 180 days or 14 days. And then about the time of the Russia-Ukraine war, you can see it standardized on 21 days, and that has continued. But as we get down to the bottom right there, you'll see as of late, there's been more additions to the kev that have a shorter time to fix. So that's really going to show you some insight into kind of the level of concern, is what I'm calling it, that is known about this vuln based on either what they've seen or maybe the threat landscape, whatever. And so the last deep find, I think, is what matters is the day of the week that something is added to the kev. I think this is super cool. Basically, again, left to right is years. So early on, kind of all over the place. We're just figuring it out. Standardizes in 23. 24 continues, except it gets really quiet down there on Fridays. And those Fridays had a time to fix of 7 days. One of those had, time to fix of 7 days. One was a Fortinet, one was a Palo Alto PAN-OS phone. So essentially, when you dig through this and you're having to look through the data to figure out, like, I got more than one thing to fix on the kev, what should I prioritize? Basically dig into what day of the week it was added. That's an interesting tell. What is the time to fix on that vuln? That's an interesting tell. And then lastly, the ransomware campaign use. Again, if that's important to your organization, your processes, you definitely want to kind of check back on that. And maybe like we can work with CISA to like flag that when it gets changed. So I gotta wrap up. I'm somehow far behind. And oh yeah, don't try to predict the kev. Like, it's just not a thing. But if you have to, look at vendors that are already on it, because they got added, that 77% number. And then, of course, like attack vector none, user interaction none, privileges required none is a good start. But anyway, so here's my information. This link, I'll have the slide, the data, how to contact me. Shout out to Bob Rudis. He's the one that did the visuals for this. You may have seen his work. You probably have. You just maybe not. You don't know it. He's amazing. He's the GOAT for data work. And shout out to Feedly. I don't know if anyone from Feedly's here, but they don't know about this, but we're a customer, and they just, when you do a good product and you make jobs easier, I'm going to call you out for it. And so they have, so hopefully they'll give us a discount next year. And that's it. That's it.
Thank you, Glenn. We have time for a couple questions.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Any questions? Okay, so if no questions, you can get with Glenn after this show. Thanks. Our next talk is with Oddjob, and the title is Nothing Went to Plan Because You Didn't Have a Plan. So I just want to quickly thank our sponsors, Toyota, Adobe, Blue Cat, SimGrimp, Conductor One. This talk will hold questions till the end, and then I can pass the microphone around so we can hear them because we're recording, and this is streaming live. Okay, so.
Oh, we're live.
We are live.
We are
And
live.
we are recording.
Fantastic. Cool. So, that's always fun. Things said live being recorded are always a way to make plenty of mistakes that you can't take back. All right. So, imagine that you're a CISO and one day you wake up to news, let's say on a Monday, because all the fun things happen on a weekend, right? You wake up to News Monday that your company was breached. And you check your emails and find that teams were busy without you at work. In an email thread, legal forwarded to you the night prior, you could see everyone making decisions, arguing, taking bold actions,
and the chief of operations decided to make a statement to the press. That statement to the press apparently was filled with inaccuracies. It gives way more information that should have been released. Your security team also seemed to be unaware of the matter and just received emails themselves about this matter. And now the CEO is calling you and wanting an update for the board, and your audit department are fielding questions for third parties that need your attention. Welcome to a Monday. But everything went to plan, or rather, things didn't go to plan because you didn't have a plan. And things never go to plan when you don't have a plan. So that's kind of the name of this talk and how we came here. But they didn't have a plan, so we're going to make one now. So basically, I'm Oddjob, and my laptop really wants you to know that it is disconnected from Wi-Fi. But I'm Oddjob. I've been hacking for 12 years. I'm a noob. My first DEF CON was 20. Every time I hear someone say like, oh yeah, DEF CON 6, it's like, noob. Someone's always in the room was at an earlier DEF CON than you. You might remember me from such talks at BSides Las Vegas as busting biases in InfoSec. So that was a fun talk, I think, from a couple of years ago. It's also streamed and also recorded. I also like to brew mead. So if you have questions about that, happy to share that hobby. I also host a YouTube channel called A Glass of Zero J. I basically just talk about interesting things. I have probably stayed away from the CrowdStrike stuff because we're still finding all sorts of fun nuggets of information and things that we got wrong. And I like to have information correct before I just go ahead and say a bunch of stuff about it. But need to get on that soon. And I'm also the senior director of detection and response for a health company, but I'm not here in that capacity. So even if you know what that company is, I'm here in my own personal capacity. But that is kind of more of a level of my experience and where I've been in different companies throughout my career so far. So, you know, when we need to think about this as, by the way, enjoy the lovely AI art. A lot of interesting things, totally not related to this talk, but totally interesting things while I was creating like little bits of AI, like, oh yeah, CISO, wondering, you know, where to start on building a cyber incident response plan. That hand is cursed, that elbow is cursed. But every time you ask for just a person, it always gives you a white man. So then I ask for someone androgynous, and they still always give you someone white. When you ask for a non-white person, they always give you a black person, so never have anyone of any other potential ethnicity. A lot of interesting things with AI image generation. But these are the cursed AI's images that I came up with. That one also, how many fingers are merged into his skull there? Which is actually an accurate depiction of what that CISO was probably doing at that time, merging the fingers into his brain. So basically, you know, where to start with a cyber incident response plan, right? You actually may find out that you already have one. Your predecessor, even if you're not a CISO, you may just be an incident response lead or director. You may already have one that you didn't write, someone else did, and maybe they didn't do the best job at it. Or maybe what they did is it's 80 pages long and is, you know, they took NIST, they took CISA, they took 12 other standards or other things they could possibly do and just crunched them all into one thing. They said, that looks good, let's put it all into one document. That is not the way to write a SIRP at all. And you may think, oh, it just needs to pass compliance. If your compliance people are worth their salt, they're gonna say, yeah, this is not good. There's no way anybody can follow this and know how to work with this. But that's what I find with a lot of people's cyber incident response plans. Way too long, way too many details, not the right details, usually too many details about the wrong things you need to actually be worried about. But hey, it's a place to start. That may already have approvals by your compliance department or quality, depending on what all you need to get approvals for. So that may be a place to start. You may decide that I can chuck all of this away. You may actually look at some of the roles and responsibilities and figure out, oh, there's some people here that may need to be involved in incidents I wasn't even aware of. So kind of do some reconnaissance if you do have a cyber incident response plan that's poorly written or maybe suboptimally, and start there and see what you can salvage. But what we need to do when we start with a cyber incident response plan is we need to start with people. So I like the framework people, process, technology. Does everybody know, has everybody heard people, process, technology? All right, okay, so it's a way of thinking. Really, I was kind of thinking about this earlier today even. Like just people, process, technology, that's the way in which you should really set up your organizations. You should look for good people, you should give them good processes to follow, and tools that you give them should be able to align to those processes. I see so many people start information security programs with, we're gonna get tools. Hey, and then we're gonna figure out how to use those tools, and then we need to hire people who know how to use those tools. So then you get job descriptions that say, I need someone with like 15 years of this particular tool, not just firewalls in general, Fortinet specifically. Even though Fortinet may not have 20 years of existence out there, or maybe their NSC licenses haven't been out there forever, you still have to have that. And so that's where you get these job descriptions that are just overloaded and overburdened with tool-specific things that you don't need. But that's where you start with tech and go backwards. Think about it, tech really allows your processes to work. Your processes allow your people to work. So you can really start from anything and understand how each part processes the other. But really we need to think about the who. We need to think about our people. And not just our people outside of our organization as well, because we have to report to people as well outside of our organization in an incident, especially nowadays with the SEC knocking on people's doors wanting to know about that breach that you should have reported on your, 8K or 10K? One of the first things I like to go and do is get your key contacts. So getting to understand your folks like your technology SMEs. Now, I put technology SMEs there first because I think it's the most relatable to us. They're probably not the first people you even need to go talk to. You may actually want to talk to some other things and figure out some other people, like your lines of business in product and manufacturing and sales. You may not have OT or SCADA in your environment, but I'm just putting it in there just to kind of help you understand where these folks are. Customer success and service can be very important to understand where they are. Your business support in HR, right? So if we're doing an incident that involves an insider threat, do you have authorization to go prying into their personal lives and go prying into the data that may or may not be their browsing history and start uncovering things that they may need to be doing? After all, an insider could be taking information from the company and putting it into their own Google Drive or Proton Mail or something else. Do you have authorization? Do you know you have authorization to go ahead and start seeing what are they putting into these personal things? Maybe they are even using platforms such as health platforms to have notes, because usually health platforms, for instance, have an air of privacy around them. You actually don't want to start decrypting network traffic out to health platforms, because that's someone's PHI, and now you might have to be responsible for that. So you have to probably involve HR to understand at least what's your your standing orders. What can you do? What are clear engagement points you can do, or criteria to do that? And where do you need to say, before we go further, let's make sure HR is clued in. And you know what? Let's throw legal in there too, because we're probably dealing with laws, especially if you're a global company. How you handle a German citizen is going to be very different than the way you handle American citizens. How you handle a Chinese citizen is going to be very different than how you handle an Indian citizen. They all have very different privacy expectations, and especially where that data is allowed to go. You may have to keep all of your evidence or data, if it's about people, in a particular location. So those are important things to kind of keep in mind. Again, these are great people to have. You don't know even what technology, what process to put into until you start talking to these people. That's why people are so important. Let's talk finance, right? So in the middle of an incident, you think at some point you're going to need to do probably one of two things. You're going to need to either tell your insurance about something. Your finance department usually handles insurance. So you're probably going to need to partner, first of all, probably go talk to them before an incident and ask them about insurance. But you also maybe have an incident response retainer, right? And so how do you pay for that? Most incident response retainers are pretty good in that, you know, they don't want money up front. They figure that out after the fact. But you're going to still need to make sure finance is in the loop so that they understand what really is going on here, what's the contract here, what's the velocity of the cost. You know, are we talking, you know, we have to do 40 hours at minimum at $300 an hour? What are we talking here? And how much is this going to cost? And do we want to actually engage in that cost, right? They're going to help make that decision. Facilities and physical security can be very interesting. What happens if you're in a situation where you have, for whatever reason, abandoned an office, evacuated it, but you still need to go in? Someone needs to go in and be able to pull out hard drives and do forensic examination on those. How do you get in and access to these places to get your hands on things or get somebody's hands on them, right? So those are people you'll probably want. Regulatory and quality, pretty obvious there. You've got laws to comply with. You have laws and organizations that are going to be coming after you, wanting to know about things. You need to know what clocks exist and when those clocks start ticking. Again, legal reads these contracts and laws as well. They're going to help you with these definitions. Sometimes legal, well, hopefully most of the time, legal's the one making the decision when a clock starts for your company. But keep in mind and talk to your legal team about what does the contract language say? For instance, does it say within 24 hours of a suspected compromise of data, you are to notify me as the customer? What's a suspected compromise? Every similar, in my experience, is a suspected compromise. It's being brought up for a reason. We have an alert in that for some reason. It could be false positive, but right now it is a suspected event. It is a suspected incident at any time. So, you know, they may not be so happy to be getting subscription or notifications from your SIM every day. Hey, we got an incident. We got an event. Well, that's probably not what they mean. They probably mean something else. Confirmed compromise or confirmed incident is language that I know I prefer and some other folks I've worked with prefer, because that now is, this is the time we can document it. This is the time we actually have confirmed there is impact. That is impact that is defined as to the parameters of these contracts, these laws, these regulations. So pay very close attention to that. Of course, your legal team should be, but this is always a good talking point, because someone may look at that and not know that you know some of these things. And they may go like, yeah, sure, suspected compromise. What does that mean? You may have to help educate them and help them understand that. And of course, your technology SMEs. I kind of went in reverse order there. You are not the expert in everything, right? You may have come from database. You may have come from application. You may have come from identity access management or even privacy, but you do not know all of those things. Even if you're a database person, you may have just been a Postgres database person. Have you ever touched Oracle? There are interesting nuances there. Hey, what all queries did user A make on this Oracle database from this time to this time? May take you a while. Sure, you can Google. May take you a while. Or you need to know who your technology SMEs are to be able to contact in the middle of an incident, right? And get people, especially in technology, but in some of these other areas too, get a primary and a secondary. Because guess what? Some people are on PTO. And in some countries, depending on if your SME is in, like I said, Germany or Europe, PTO is sacred. You don't come off PTO. You're on vacation and you don't have to answer your phone or anything. So who else is going to take that call, hopefully, right? And then hopefully they're not on vacation at the same time. But have a process for escalation to get somebody else who can direct you to another SME, right? And really, all of these people don't need to be involved in the same types of incidents, right? And so what we really do have is you could possibly break SOC and CERT out to two groups. I know people who do that. But really, two groups exist here. You've got the people who are more boots on the ground handling the incident day to day. So this is your security operations center. These are also your extended teams, more in a, not executive leadership capacity, but in a leadership capacity in their various lines or departments. And so they're going to make decisions like, what does a communication to our customers need to look like? What language should we avoid? hey, we're going to make a statement to the press. First of all, why? But we're going to make a statement to the press. Is everybody good with what's being said here? And so, if you're a CISO or you have a CISO, they're going to want to definitely be on that. Customer success is probably going to want to be on it. If you have corporate comms or external comms, you may even be engaging an external party, such as crisis communications and things like that. They may come in and say, we recommend you make a statement like this. Stay away from this language. So you'll definitely want those types of things. But generally, that's what I mean when I say SOC insert. And the SOC, of course, involves your usual suspects, your tier 1 through 3, your incident response folks, your security management, and also IT management and the SMEs there as well. Again, kind of those usual suspects. Technical tasks, you're trying to eradicate the threat and restore the functions of the business. Executive committee, okay, this is the oh crap moment. This company could be gone tomorrow. Or maybe it's not that bad, but it still is something that requires, the CEO or that person's direct reports attention. And so, so we talk about making decisions at a more strategic level about how to handle things. A lot of times, hopefully, whether or not to pay a ransom, for instance, is probably well above your pay grade, hopefully is, and is more so at a board level or at an executive leadership team level. So definitely those people need to be involved at that point. But it's very important to kind of keep these roles separate. There's usually, for every line of business, there's somebody up at that level who has ultimate ownership of that area. So it's chief legal counsel. You may have legal who you deal with day to day in your SOC cert, but you also have the chief legal counsel. So that person can be different, or maybe they're the same, right? So it depends on your company and what they're doing. I want to make sure I have all of my notes here. Oh, good, fantastic. So there's a little bit of an example, and by the way, there will be a QR code at the end to scan that will take you, first of all, to our lovely friend Rickroll, but also will take you to my GitLab, where you can see the slides as well as an example SERP to get you started. Don't just copy paste. There are places to replace your company name, but also other places to fill in more information. But you're going to see like this, roles and responsibilities. You're going to see titles. You're going to see names. Some of the titles are more functions within an incident, like incident leader. That's not a, maybe it's maybe incident response leader is a title at your company. But in this case, it's more of the who's actually running this incident. It could be different people, but it is a role nonetheless for a given incident that needs to be fulfilled. Legal ethics and compliance, right? That probably is going to be assigned to a particular person in that situation. But anyway, this is in the document. I just want to show you what that generally looks like. You'll have responsibilities and, of course, how to get a hold of those people. We come to the process part, right? So people, we now have our people understood. Now we need to start laying out process. And kind of when you start figuring out process, you start doing boring things like talking about scope and definitions. So let's talk about definitions. One of the first definitions you're probably going to want to craft is, what is a security event? What is a security incident? What's a breach? What's a compromise? Those are very important things, especially the B word. Breach is a very important word. There's a lot of contractual things that talk about breach. There's a lot of regulatory and legal things that talk about breach. Consult very carefully with your data privacy, regulatory, and legal folks. They are going to probably tell you what breach means. You probably get some input on it, but your opinion does not matter as much as theirs in this arena. But very important, though, is what is the difference between a security event and a security incident? To me, incident is where we start looking at confirmation. We have a confirmed event here. A security event could be anything. A security event could be a third party just told us that there's compromised credentials on the dark web. Okay, can we verify that? It could be somebody, you found an event where Microsoft told you someone clicked on a phishing link. Well, was that link actually phishing? I've seen false positives, right? So how do you go and take care of that? So everything coming into your SIM, every time someone clicks on that fish alert button, every time someone says, hey, something funky just happened on my laptop, I think it may be compromised, those are security events. We then go through a process that we'll talk about in a little bit to determine, is it actually an incident, or is this, and how bad is it? So, incident severity. This is where we already start kind of telling the boundaries of what an incident is. This is very high level. There's more details about incident severity in the example SERP. It is suggestions. You can put more definition in there. You can even add a 4th severity, and I've seen some people put a 5th severity level in there. 3 is probably a good minimum. You have a high, medium, or low, right? I like to have a 4th. 1 is critical, 2 is high. And the real difference between Sev 2 and Sev 1 to me in SERPs I like to do is, am I getting the CEO out of bed on a 2 a.m. on a weekend? That's a Sev 1. If I'm not, it's probably a Sev 2. We might reevaluate and see if it's a Sev 1 later, right? So that's generally my little gut check. It's not written in the SERP that way. Hey, if I'm waking up the CEO at 2 a.m. on a Saturday, it doesn't get written that way, but that's the idea, that's the feeling behind it. But here is just generally, right? We have low impact, right? And impact can be anything. Impact could be financial, right? Maybe you had a business email compromise and someone walked away with $3,000. If you're a multi-billion-dollar company, $3,000, you lose track of that, every hour. You lose track of $3,000 every hour, every transaction. You don't care, probably. It may be a low severity impact based purely on the financial aspect. But if it's maybe a $5 million loss because of some transaction that was going down, someone got in the middle of, then that may go towards a high impact, right? So there's materiality to look at too, as far as impact. And we are finding out with some of these lawsuits that are going on, we don't really know what the definition of materiality is with the SEC. So the jury literally is still out on that. And we're still figuring that out. But definitely talk to your lawyers on what they think materiality means for your company. Because again, they get the say on that. You have input, but their opinion matters. Yours doesn't on that matter. So go with what they say. You'll also be more protected in that way too. It's like you're at the advice of counsel. I defined it this way. We'll talk about privilege in a bit too. Also, kind of think about severities. Who's getting involved? At a severity 3, there's no reason to get the CEO even involved. There's probably not even a reason to call your chief technology officer up, or someone else, your CFO. There's no reason probably to bother them, most likely, except for maybe after the fact. Maybe on a quarterly basis you say, here's the incidents we had and a summary of those. So severity 3. I add that 4th level on there for kind of your everyday things. I like adding a 4th one to say, hey, malware got installed on this person's machine. It didn't do anything. We caught it in time. It was prevented. We have cleaned the machine, or maybe we've even got a laptop swap out going on. We're good. Confirmed that, yes, an event happened, but nothing of impact happened to us, and we prevented further, bad things from happening. I don't need legal involved in that unless there's some, maybe boundary that was crossed as far as what device it was, what data was potentially on there. I don't really have to go further into that, right? So you may want to add that 4th one in there. Otherwise, severity 3, 2, and 1 give you pretty good ideas on how to delineate. You also have incident categories, right? And these incident categories do a lot of things. They give you tags, for instance, to start figuring out, hey, how many malware events did I have this year? How many insider threat events did we happen? Oh, by the way, insider threat, you may be thinking disgruntled employee who's going to sell data to another place, maybe some corporate espionage, maybe you hired North Korea and didn't realize it. Know before, if that's not a publicity stunt. And so, you have DDoS, but insider threat also is people who click fish links, people who accidentally download the wrong FileZilla, if there's a right FileZilla even. But people who download those types of things, that is an insider threat. User error, user mistakes. That is what's considered insider threat. It does not necessarily call malicious intent, right? Okay. Compromised credentials, phishing, A lot of these things can be the same incident. You know, you could have a malware incident that involves compromised credentials as well. You could have a zero-day exploit that also involves business email compromise. It allows you to understand the complexity and the multifaceted nature of a particular incident. I've even seen people use categories along with the MITRE ATT&CK framework to kind of figure out at what point or kind of where did the attacker get to. If your incident is purely more on a reconnaissance level or maybe initial access level and nothing further, that may be good data to key on later, right, in an incident. Okay, we had a lot of initial access events and we're stopping those from getting further. Oh, we had someone get lateral movement. How do we make sure that we don't get lateral movement to these people in the future? You don't do that unless you categorize your incidents. So being able to not only determine if it's an incident, assign its severity and get the right people involved, and make sure you have categories so that after the fact, and even during the fact, you understand what is the nature of this incident very quickly helps a lot. We also have, as part of our process, we have incident phases, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So we have incident phases. First of all is identifying, right? We have identifying incidents. This is anything. This could be third parties talking to you, you know, your SIM alerts. We have triage and escalation. This is where you really start saying, what is the severity of this incident? And then depending on that severity, who do I need to call to start actually an incident bridge, right? So does an incident bridge even need to be started? And who needs to be on it? That's where your SOC is going to start realizing very quickly how big this is and get the right people involved. And you know, again, this is also where, you know, legal might say, okay, we need to start preserving evidence. We're going to start privilege. That's very important to make sure legal can establish privilege. You don't get to establish privilege. You're not a lawyer. This is attorney-client privilege, right? Things that are said to your attorney as far as the matter is concerned, and the advice that they give you is not something that's generally subpoenaable without certain exceptions, I'm sure, especially if it's of a criminal nature. Well, to cover up a crime, for instance, would possibly not go for privilege, but I'm not a lawyer. You know, privilege is very important. You can't just invoke privilege. Usually, you can't just invoke privilege by copying your lawyer in there. That's just not how that works. They're the ones to invoke privilege and give instruction that this is to remain only with these parties. If you talk to someone else, do not give them information unless by a need-to-know basis only. Again, at the direction of counsel. Containment and eradication. So now we're trying to stop the bad people. We're trying to kick them out of our environment as well, right? So this is also where you've probably called in your incident response retainers, depending on how bad this is. You've maybe isolated people's machines, reset their credentials, kicked people out of their accounts for a time being. And that's where that starts happening. You have your restoration and recovery. Pretty much what it sounds like. We're getting the business back up and going. We're getting users access. Sometimes it may have to be crappy access. Maybe they had a nice laptop with everything they needed. And now they're going to have to deal with a VDI for a while until you can get them a laptop. So they may have degraded experience, but experience nonetheless. And recovery. So you may also notice that you aren't really responsible usually for recovering data. Right? You are not the BCP, nor are you the DR specialist. But those people are also a part of your incident response. Probably the most important step in this entire process, I would say, is your post-mortem and your post-incident activities. This is where you learn every step of the way, where did we go wrong? What could have been better? What things did go well? What saved our bacon here from this being an even worse situation? Very important to call out, especially to executive leadership. You know, imagine your board and saying, yeah, we had these severity 2 or severity 1 incidents. Here's the thing though, because you invested in these things, you got our people involved and paid for, you got, you know, the right resources. We were able to keep this from becoming an even worse, a worse matter. So your investment is working, but maybe a change in strategy, maybe moving this strategic item up in priority may help us in the future to avoid this situation. Also, do you need to improve your SERP? Hey, we didn't understand really if this was a SEV2 or a SEV3. So we didn't know what to do. So we just called a SEV3, what we should have called a SEV2. What do you do in those situations? Well, you might want to go back in the SERP and you might want to add some clarifications or some, hey, you can also kind of escalate it a little beyond what it probably is to get initial action urgently going, and then you can back off later, right? So those are different types of things you might have in your postmortems. Along with each phase of these, right, you're going to have very specific tasks. And again, this is in the SERP that's in the example at the end with the QR code. You basically have what phase we're in. You're going to have the type of activity that is going to be carried out, and then who is going to carry that out. So this is a very important thing where an executive, for instance, should be able to look at your SERP, should be able to see, okay, where am I in this? Oh, okay, where are my peers involved in this? Legal, other people. Who makes the decision about this? Okay, I can see that. And then where do I make decisions? Oh, there's me, there's me, there's me. And now I understand what I'm here to do. Where are we? Oh, we're here, down in the escalation phase. Okay, we've just begun, basically. Fantastic. Now we understand where we are. You know, it's a big old map that says you are here. You should be able to do that within like 10 minutes of reading a SERP. Understand those things. And if it's 60 to 80 pages long, that's not going to happen. So you got to make sure we keep this brief. Lastly, we have the technology part of our incident response. So there's all kinds of areas here, right? We've got things like, how are we going to even track this incident? So we've got a nice SERP, it's a great process, but how are we going to document and how are we going to keep these things together? Yes, even saying I'm going to type this up in a OneNote notebook, or I'm going to type this up and put it into Snow or Jira or a super secret SharePoint that only some people have access to. It's very important to say, here's where information about this goes. Here's where we're tracking this. Here's where we're tracking post-incident activities. Very important to keep that documented and understood. And again, understanding, you may even need external incident response platforms. Because what happens when all of a sudden a particular kernel level software ends up taking out your entire business? What happens when something like that, or a airplane crashes into your data center? What happens when something happens that really disables your ability to do business, even the business of security? You may even need a third-party system to track and work that incident, even bringing in those communications. Which kind of brings me to out-of-band communications. Let's say you can't trust talking to your CEO on Teams, or your chief legal on Teams, or even your CISO or your team members on Teams. Maybe you see that somebody now has O365 admin. They can read everything. They can get into everything and see it. So now you need to go someplace they don't have access to, that is already prearranged and understood. And the worst time to decide to use out-of-band communications and what you're going to do is during an incident. Okay, how are we going to do this? Quick and dirty, many times people will go Signal. Signal's a great way to do that. Well, yes and no. First of all, you already need to know that we're going to use Signal, and here's how we're going to do. Maybe you even have a super secret treehouse club, password and challenge response phrase that you're going to use. But you have to have something already prearranged so that people understand what you're trying to do, even within your own SOC team. But you might need to do that just initially to get some things going. The problem with Signal is the beauty of Signal is it's end-to-end encrypted. Signal doesn't have a copy of any of these things. The bad thing about Signal is it's end-to-end encrypted, and your device now becomes subpoenaable if a lawsuit is involved. Potentially. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Talk to your lawyer about this strategy. In a pinch, it could probably work for some things to at least maybe get some things going, but I wouldn't want to discuss too much on Signal. I'd want to go to maybe a Google workspace, right? If I'm a Microsoft shop, or if I'm a Google shop, maybe a Microsoft space, completely separated from SSO. And I can whip up these accounts really quick and get people involved, maybe through their Signal. I can get them into their environments. We can do We can do our own call bridging over there. There are also platforms that literally just are geared towards being an incident response platform where you can bring people in securely, and you can also then have communications that are encrypted, secure, and the subpoena goes to that, right? You don't have it on your phone where you may have content and other things you don't want courts potentially getting access to, even if it's just to mark it as not responsive. So forensics, who in here has a forensics arm of their company? Oh, one. Cool. Awesome. It's not something. Now, you all probably do a little bit of forensics, figuring out what artifacts are going on or how did this attack happen on this machine. But you're probably not whipping out encase every day. You're probably not doing a lot of other memory analysis, whipping out volatility every other day to do this. You're going to need to bring in the experts. It is such a ridiculously specialized field out there. Not only that, but how many people in this room can give expert testimony in court and are certified to do that? Yeah, no, that's your incident response retainer. They have people like that on staff who literally are built to do that and can say, yes, I know that image of the hard drive is the same copy, unmodified, because of this. And yes, they're going to use checksums and other things, but they're going to be able to give that witness testimony, hopefully not with hard drives, witness testimony to it. You can't do that. All right, I'm going to make sure. On my little laptop, it kind of goes crooked, so I have to kind of go like this one. All right, cool. So wrap it up already. We've been talking a long time about incident response plan, all the things you need to go in. I think there's a basic process to writing this here, and I think you can get this in 5 pretty easy steps. Figure out your roles and responsibilities, who your key contacts are. Also, have a little conversation with them. You're not going to do the roadshow yet. Have a conversation, especially with those more key contacts like legal, HR, finance, and even get their insight into, hey, let's say tabletop a couple things with them real quick. Say we had this. Say we had a business email compromise and this happened. When do you want to be notified about that? When do you think you need to get involved? They may be wrong, but they're more than likely going to be right in what they think. So have those little conversations to help understand where in the process you need to accommodate them. Get your definitions right. Make sure everybody's on the same page with it, right? And understanding when are we actually in a breach or not. Too many times someone will just use the word breach very haphazardly with a customer or a regulator. Those ears perk up, especially if they're compliance or audit people, and go, well, you didn't notify us. Well, you used the wrong word. That wasn't a breach. That was just a malware event that was quickly remediated. Get the incident process laid out. You may use NIST. Maybe you're a NIST organization and you have to use NIST. Completely fine to do so. There may be other frameworks you want to use. This is a suggestion. It is malleable. I did take NIST and just tweak it to my own little heart's content because there are a couple little items I'm like, you can merge those two to make it a little easier. Roadshow this. During an incident is not the first time. These people should know what the incident response plan is. You need to roadshow it and say, you're a part of this plan. And oh, by the way, you're also the person who's doing business continuity planning. You are doing business continuity planning, right? You need to have your own process because guess what? This SERP is not your business continuity plan. It may trigger and engage those plans, but this isn't your BCP. And then test it, right? Let's do unit testing on this. And user acceptance testing. Let's do a tabletop. Let's get the execs down. Let's get the technical folks down. Get your technical folks on a separate tabletop. Have them run through it. This is interesting, and do it before the executive tabletop. Why? Because now you're going to find all the tools and capabilities you think you theoretically have at your disposal. Oh, but actually, you have no idea how to use them or do that. Oh, hi, this database goes out. What do we do? Well, restore from backup. Yeah, we haven't backed that up in 3 years. Okay, cool, write it down. Execs, hey, we do that. Well, restore from backup. Yeah, unfortunately, that hasn't been backed up in 3 years. There may be some surprises, but it's very important to tabletop these things so that people start understanding and realizing what are the capabilities we have, what are we missing, what are our gaps, and how do we need to prepare more for an incident. Kind of a phase of cyber incident response planning I left off was that preparation phase. It's a big cycle, right? We're always preparing. Yeah, and do this annually. Do it every year. You can bring it internally, but you can also bring in external. A lot of times, your incident response retainers have hours left over or have money left over at the end of the year. Some people use that for their pen test. Sometime, just go ahead and say, let's do a tabletop this year instead. Let's pay for a pen test separately, but let's use this for a tabletop this year. Let's get someone else on our pen test. let's have someone else have a crack at us. The very important thing when writing is don't get in the weeds on tech. This is much more about business process. So if you have screen captures of security tools or network tools or firewall rules and a whole bunch of other things, you're doing it wrong. There may be some appendices that might go into. Those are probably more standard operating procedures or standard work instructions that you want as playbooks that might follow on to a SERP, right? Also, like I said before, executives should be able to read this in 10 minutes. And also you should be able to read it fairly quickly and kind of skim it and understand what's going on. Again, stay high level. You're going to be able to keep 20 to 25 pages maximum. And that's including the title page and the table of contents and the scope and objective of this paper. And again, it's not inclusive of every single other process, but you may want to have an appendix item that calls out other business processes that this may call out as well. Most importantly, start talking and writing, right? So I will have given you a very good start on it, but start talking to other people, and in 6 months, you actually can have a SERP drafted, revised, and approved, and ready for testing and road showing. So hopefully this helps you. Hopefully it's given you some good thoughts. This isn't one of those talks where it's like super technical. I'm showing you how to do something major and amazing. This is a journey I've gone through in the past couple roles I've been in. And so kind of just sharing some of my lessons learned and trying to keep it simpler and easier to start. And don't let perfect get in the way of good. Regardless. There's always a better way to write a SERP, and you'll find those. Make that version 2, make that version 3. You got to start with version 1, though. Well, technically 0, but you got to start with version 1, right? And that's where we find ourselves here at the end of this presentation. That QR code does lead to my GitLab. You will see both a BSides Fort Wayne as well as BSides Las Vegas folder. The LV folder shows this exact slide deck. You'll know because I have a colorful Camon here versus more of a black and white one for the other one. And it also had a couple of those example screen caps in there as well. And then it'll also have the, I think a Word document or a PDF of the actual, or no, a Word document of the actual example SERP. And it's got, I think, company in bold words, so you can find and replace and put your own company name in it. And you're probably a good way on the way to writing your SERP already. But do give it a thorough read over, change things, change language, have at it. But it'll give you a good framework to start. I had to really look and scrimp and scrape together to find to get a good template going for myself. So hopefully that's a shortcut for you. Any questions? Oh, we got a mic. Gentleman, second row.
First of all, thank you for a wonderful talk. And two things. What you have on, is that for image recognition countering?
Actually, very good. This probably is a fairly decent image recognition thing that could probably fool some things. But no, it is not. It's just some face jewelry. This is, since we're spooky themed, Halloween themed here at BSides Las Vegas, I was like, oh, let's be a Raven Lord and let's just have some fun and let's explore some occults and other types of themes here.
Okay. Second, you mentioned Signal.
Yes.
I assume that you're familiar with disappearing messages on Signal?
Yes.
I don't know how effective they would be with regards to subpoena, so can you address that?
Spoliation of evidence is another thing that you're going to want to talk to your lawyer about, because if you destroy communications that could be part of a legal investigation at some point, that could be considered spoliation of evidence. Some lawyers have told me before that if you spoil evidence, the jury or judge can use that to say, there's an adverse judgment or prejudice now against you with regards to what they're. So if the other side is saying these things are what those said, it's probably, they're going to assume that's probably more in their ballpark rather than yours. So again, talk to your lawyer about using disappearing messages in a Signal chat if you're doing incident response out of band. That's
Thank
a
you.
good point. Thank you.
You talk about tabletop exercises.
Yes.
So I'm familiar with CISA has a bunch, but do you
Yes.
know of any other resources so I can be like a tabletop dungeon master?
Yeah. So you also have the card game Backdoors and Breaches from Black Hills Security. Actually doesn't do too bad of a job. And you can play it online. You don't need to buy a deck. You can go online and play that. Not a plug for Black Hills. I just really like it. And you can just, almost like tarot cards, you can deal yourself out a scenario, and then you go, how would we handle a scenario like that? How do we envision that would happen here? You can also go to Bad Things Daily on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Bad Things Daily has a whole bunch of injects, or so this just happened, and it's literally just to get you thinking tabletop scenarios. But the CISA packages are actually really good, and they cover various sectors. I was looking at 3 of them just this past week, and supply chain, and they do a lot of different things. So again, another great way to take that and just modify it how you need it to help your folks.
A couple of slides back, there's a 1 to 5 list of things to do. How bad, and testing's at the end, how bad an idea do you reckon it would be to do what the software engineers do and write the tests first, and use that as like a understanding how far or how well the rest of it's going?
So you said write the test first?
Yeah, so like a test-driven development approach has some, nice benefits. Would that sort of thing work here, or maybe?
So if I understand correctly, maybe you write a tabletop or see a tabletop first, and then you write the SERP kind of as you go through that tabletop? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
that could
thinking?
be one way to do it.
Yeah, I think there's value in doing that. Again, there's even a possibility of you've drafted a SERP, take the SERP that I have here and just go through one of those maybe CISA documents or another tabletop you've seen before and say, okay, can I answer these questions via this SERP? Do I know what to do in this case via this SERP? That's actually a fantastic way to just kind of do those little comparisons and see where some improvements need to be made without getting everybody together. Again, even going to Bad Things Daily and looking through and saying like, would it cover that? Would it cover that? Would it cover that? Those are very good points there. So yeah, definitely iterative testing is probably open here.
Hi. So how would you adjust this for like we're a managed SOC, and we have many customers. They have different legal stuff. Yeah. So so do I have to make one for each one of them, or?
Fun. Yeah. So it depends on the customer, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I've not worked in a managed service SOC, so very much not experienced in that. But I would definitely say you probably want one that you have generally available. You want to probably work with each customer and say, here is our general cyber incident response plan. Do you have one you prefer we use? You may have to make some account decisions as to how much you really want to get into their cyber incident response plan and understand the specifics of it. But there's probably nuggets in there about what is a breach for us, what is a compromise. You probably per account want to understand and know those already. So you're probably already starting to customize your cyber incident response. But it really just depends. Is it cyber incident response from the fact that the MSP is getting breached or have an incident? Or is it cyber incident response from your customer who is using your service just got breached and now you're needing to respond to their incident with them? And so those may be 2 very different cyber incident response plans.
Right. So yeah. So just to start, gonna be a nice template.
Yeah.
A general template, and then we'll just fill it in.
I think that could be a good start.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. One more question? Okay.
I have a question about people, because process technology is easy. Like we define our process, we can buy technology, but people is the most difficult part. So my question is, from your experience, how do you get people excited about incident response? Legal, engineers, PR, C stuff. How you get them involved and how make them excited about the incident
Yeah,
response.
If people want to be excited about their company existing the next day, they'll get excited about incident response. It doesn't need to be all scare the children, though, right? I think the people aspect again. They see enough news. They already know how important this is. I haven't really seen too many companies out there, in my personal experience, that you put, hey, we need to practice cyber incident response. That they're not going to say, oh yeah, we don't need to do that. I don't think there's going to be too many people who need to do that. If so, maybe arrange a purple team engagement where you stage a breach and then start getting them involved. You see the chaos ensue and go, oh, by the way, this was a drill as part of our purple team engagement, right? And then they might get the hint, kind of like pen testing, right, was at one point, just to scare the board into understanding, oh yeah, take security seriously. Again, the people side of it, get them excited about incident response. It does take a particular person to engage in incident response. Actually, I don't want people to be excited during an incident. I want them cool as cucumbers. Sometimes you have a nothing burger, an executive is at an 8, and you're like, I need you at a 4, but the temperature's really at a 2. But I need you back down at a 4 at least, because that's where I can handle you. You need, as an incident leader, to be the coolest person in the room right now. We're working the problem. We're not working people. We're not working blame gaming or anything like that. So actually, you want people to not be excited during an incident. Cool minds and heads and all that. Okay?
All right. Thank you,
Thanks,
Job.
everybody.
everyone. We're here with Arav and George, and they're going to present Bugfitty, Automate Your Red Team Infra on the Cheap. Just a couple announcements. We'd like to thank our sponsors for making B-Sides possible here in Vegas. Gold sponsors Toyota, we have Adobe, and a few others here. Blue Cat, SimGrimp, and Plextrack. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to you two.
Cool. Thanks, Katie. Hey, everyone. Welcome to our talk. Is everyone having a good B-Sides this year? Hell yeah. Awesome. Glad to hear it. So it's actually George's and mine. It's our first talk. So yeah, it's a special moment. And yeah, thanks for being here. It's going to be fun. So with that out of the way, just some quick intros. My name's Arav, and like I said, this is George. I've spent about 5 years in OffSec, 4 years in consulting, and then I switched over to the red team here at Costco, which is where I currently work. Yeah, like my nerd credentials, like I just like any type of world building in science fiction media. Big sucker for good world building. So if you know any nice fonts and stuff, I'm all about it. So and most importantly for this talk, I am not a DevSecOps person. I am not a DevOps person. So grain of salt with whatever I talk about today. So. George.
Yeah, don't believe a word we say, basically. My name's George. I've been in OffSec for about 3 years. That's not to say I haven't had a career before that. It just took me about 15 years to get into information security. So I was a convert from audit, risk, and compliance. And it was a journey. So I'm really happy to be here. It's definitely, I think, the highlight of my career, working and researching, doing things like this. And being able to actually wake up in the morning and really enjoy going to work. So I've had various IT roles, been an administrator, dev, risk, obviously, looking at process, looking at all kinds of other aspects of the business. And something about me personally, I love cooking. I can't say I'm a very good cook, but I definitely, if I like you, I'll probably bring over something that you think is tasty, or at least make the best attempt to do so. And then, again, caveat, I'm not a DevSecOps person. There's definitely a lot of stuff that has been Googled and researched, and thank you, ChatGPT. It definitely helped facilitate this in like a 2-month time frame versus a year or so. So yeah.
Yeah, big shout out to OpenAI. So I hear hackers like Jeopardy. So I have a fun little trivia question for you guys next, and it's related to the name. Like we work at Costco, so that's your hint. Does anyone want to take a stab at why it's called Bugfitty? What is the hot dog? Yeah, exactly. It's the hot dog and drink combo, a staple of American culture. So yeah, that's kind of where the name comes from. And yeah, like our North Star for developing this was really like one of the quotes by one of our former CEOs, which was, you know, if you raise the price of the hot dogs, I'll fucking kill you. And I hope, is there anyone who works at Azure here? Anyone who works at Microsoft? Anyone? No? Oh, okay, well, this quote is for you guys. Like, you know, please don't raise the price of the VMs. Like, this whole talk depends on it. So, so yeah, let's get into sort of the overview of Bugfitty. Like, why did we make this tool, right? And just to like sort of set the stage a bit, what do we do as a red team here at Costco, right? Like, we have essentially 3 primary functions, right? The first is red team engagements, like spoiler alert, and the second is penetration tests. And the output of both of those types of engagements gets, you know, fed into a reporting pipeline, and we deliver reports to the teams that we work with, right? So that's kind of like our main goals as a red team. So when I first joined Costco, and I think George has only been there about a year or so more than me, so I started working there about like 9 months ago. One of the big challenges that we had with our current infrastructure setup was that it was static, it was inflexible, and it was opaque, right? So when I say it was static, I mean that the infrastructure stack itself didn't lend itself a lot to experimenting, to iterating, to building like new components and adding them in. Inflexible in the sense that we couldn't just turn it off between engagements. Like it would always stay up, and why would we want to waste money on infrastructure that's constantly running if we're not using it at the time, right? And opaque, so people come and people go, they switch jobs. So the people who developed the infrastructure ended up leaving Costco. So what we were left with was this sort of really brittle tool that we couldn't really experiment with, but we were super scared if it ever went down because you don't want to break something and not know how to bring it back up without the right documentation. So those were the three problem sets that we identified and that we sought to address with developing Buckfitty.
And I think I don't think we're alone in this kind of issue across the industry, right? Like I think a lot of teams find it difficult, especially in larger, more mature organizations, to be kind of have a startup mentality and be able to spin up things and have a lot of flexibility and not be part of an oversight board review, something just to have a VM spun up with a public interface. So definitely applies. It's not just Costco. I just want to say that. Oh, and we're not representing Costco on this topic.
Yeah, we just work at Costco.
Just for the lawyers. This is our stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, we definitely felt a lot like this. Every time we looked at our infra, we were just like, how does any of this stuff work? So we had sort of the choice between reform or revolution, right? We could either paper it over with Band-Aid solutions, incrementally change things around, try and figure out what was happening, or just reapproach the problem and come up with our own sort of solution that hopefully wouldn't take up too many dev cycles, right? Which is what I'm going to get into next. So our goals were for it to be cloud-based, easy to understand, modular, and it is technical debt, but we wanted it to be worthwhile technical debt. So drilling into those, cloud-based really works for us because it allows us to be very ephemeral with our stack. We can spin up and spin down as we see fit. And one of the big advantages of using cloud-based compute is that you only pay for the compute that you actually use, right? As opposed to on-prem solutions. And easy to onboard team members onto. So we made this tool very turnkey. So even if George and I were vaporized tomorrow, other team members on our other team members would essentially be able to download the code and just hit Terraform apply and it spins up, right? No arcane knowledge required. Modular, so that we could experiment, we can plug in, plug out different components, just experiment with different tools, anything that we wanted to try out, see if it works for us, and then take out if we don't like it, or keep it if we do. And we're not a big team, right? We're around 8 people. So technical debt really weighs heavily on us. So we didn't want to take on technical debt that wasn't worthwhile, right? So we're not trying to avoid technical debt entirely, but we do want it to be a tool that's actually needed, that's not just a hobby project, so it has to be worthwhile. It has to be worth our effort and our time. So getting into the design philosophy, are there any DevOps people in the room? DevSecOps? Okay, cool. So this is for you. This is I am all of my knowledge about Terraform, which I'm going to get into, all of my knowledge about all of this stuff, definitely I got it within a 2-month time period. So I'm sure we made some mistakes as we made this.
Yeah, we need help.
So come talk to us afterwards if shout it out in the question section if you have any doubts or if you see any glaring errors. Cool. So getting into the stack of things, right? This is an Azure tool. And the reason it's Azure is just because our company's going to pay for it. That's the only reason. We definitely I'm way more familiar with AWS than I am with Azure, but this is the cost sink that it goes into. So that's the reason why we went with Azure. And we're going to get into this at the conclusion where we talk about some of the improvements we want to make, but we definitely want this tool to be multi-cloud, cloud agnostic. We don't want to be locked into a specific cloud provider. So that's definitely on the horizon. Cheap compute. Yeah, we definitely wanted this to be bang for your buck. We wanted to use the bare minimum amount of compute necessary to actually accomplish our goals. And this is a really great website. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it, but cloudprice.net. It's kept pretty up to date, and it's sortable, and you have pricing for Azure, AWS, and GCP. So it's a great resource. It's definitely a resource we leveraged in terms of trying to come up with what kinds of virtual machines we wanted to use during, while we were building this tool. Terraform was really sort of foundational to this whole project. It allowed us to think modularly about how we wanted to develop components off the stack. And I thought it was a really neat way of approaching the problem where you're not really stuck with a manual way of doing things. You don't have to go into like the Azure CLI and set things up in a manual. I mean, you could script it out, but I feel like Terraform handles the how parts of interacting with Azure, and we can focus on the what, what is the end state that we want, right? And that was really valuable to us at the sort of developmental velocity that we were going at. And yeah, it's easy to iterate upon. You can just experiment like that. That's entirely that's how BuckVideo was built. Like we just kept experimenting with different Terraform config files, seeing what worked, what didn't. And yeah, it was really useful for us to kind of iterate quickly.
And I also think it goes to the tribal knowledge, kind of like alleviating that tribal knowledge issue.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have infrastructure as code, you don't have a bunch of guessing like, will this run with 2 CPUs? Will this need multiple disks? How much RAM? I need to call the guy that just left for Fiji, quit the company to figure all that out. Terraform provides a kind of a unified kind of source of truth of what it takes from an infrastructure level to actually build up this platform and the tools that this red team needs to continue operations.
Yeah, definitely. It's super readable, and anyone can read Terraform code. It's very easy for humans to parse, so it's definitely useful for going back to one of our goals, which was we wanted it to be easy for our team members to decipher. So it was really handy for that as well. Anyone can look at Terraform code and figure out what the gist of it all is. Yeah, George, you want to talk about Tailscale?
Yeah, so jumping into Tailscale, I know just to give a little bit context, take a back step, I know a lot of the overview of this talk is very Tailscale centric. And when we got the email that our talk was accepted, we were like, oh crap. We have 2 months. Let's maybe do something on top of Tailscale, so we're not just talking about an ivory tower. This is what we could use Tailscale for. We actually developed a platform with Tailscale being the kind of hinge pinch of the networking and tunneling aspect of the C2 infrastructure and the other operational related services that we've built into kind of this demo. And we're going to demo what you can do actually live with an overlay network kind of topology used for tunneling as part of red team operations or pen testing as you compromise assets and pivot within a network and want to tunnel out or remain silent. That kind of Tailscale was the foundation, and we're going to build up on top of that in this talk. So on that note, Tailscale, it's a great service. It's an overlay network. We looked at a few different competitors like Nebula from Slack. Tailscale seemed a lot more feature-rich with specific tools and baked into the client for things like netcatting. Once you've established a connection, file sharing was really straightforward within that WireGuard tunnel. It's all very encrypted. I really, from the experience I've had with using Tailscale as a way to access Dropboxes within a network, it seemed very, almost too easy to get in and out of an enterprise environment. Not saying that Costco was that environment, but I would say of the many places I have worked, which were Fortune 50, 500 companies, I think the NAT traversal aspect of overlay VPNs that are coming out recently in the last couple of years are really, I don't know a lot of ways to avoid that being able to get in and out of almost any network that's routable from the internet that I've seen. So I was excited to start deploying it within as a backbone for other services, and I haven't had any problems as of yet. So, yeah, moving on from Tailscale, as a VPN service, we also wanted to kind of stick with the modular context of our platform, because if we did all get vaporized, me and Arav, as the architects, we work with very competent people and technology savvy folks on our team, but they are amazing at things like developing malware. They really want to focus on what they love doing on their team. And we love doing architecture and solving problems, as well as doing pen tests and other things. But we found a niche that really was a support role with building out tools and talking to our operators and asking them what would make their lives easier, and then trying to build that out within Azure or whatever. And Docker seems like it was a perfect method of getting an idea from an operator, finding a proof of concept open source solution to that someone spun up, making sure that it's secure enough to implement for our operators so we're not piggybacked on by real malicious actors, and then deploying that quickly without a lot of development overhead, like on the operating system level of a VM. So we could pick and choose from a few competitors for a specific service, throw that into a platform, and have it play nice with other services with very little overhead, and that can be easily translatable in the event that somebody does leave the company to someone who's technically savvy, knows what the service is doing, and can kind of like, Google the rest of the way there to either spin it up, replace it, or update it as needed. So Docker really helped with this environment, and it's also integrates really well with Terraform. And that's pretty much why we chose it. Open source components in general, we wanted to stay cheap. We did this research on the side. It wasn't sponsored by Costco. So we wanted to stick to the about 50 rule very closely. We got it down to about 150 a month or so, if like you're live. No, not even that, 50 bucks?
It's like 50 bucks, yeah.
Okay, wow, I'm glad I didn't open up my Azure account. It's all our own. So yeah, about 50 bucks a month to run like a fully functional platform that you can do pen testing off of or red teaming with a lot of open source tools. So like zero costs on the open source tooling, and amazing community out there for security, especially. Like even the Tailscale open sourced their protocol, and within like a year or so, there was just really great tools out there that employed that protocol, and you could spin up like look-alike copycat Tailscale clients and servers. So you didn't have to go through tailscale.com. You could have as many users as you want, if you had the kind of the motivation to configure it all yourself. So you definitely get into the weeds with open source.
The resource group delete everything, and at the end of it, you're gonna see me, yeah, like right there. It took like 2 minutes, and yeah, like the whole stack is down again, right? So super easy to spin up and spin down, really flexible. So if you have an engagement, you get started up at the beginning of the engagement with super little latency, and then at the end of your engagement, you can just tear it down as quickly as you spun it up.
Yeah, and definitely remember to take everything, all your reports off this servers before you do. Like print out the report, get into the executives, and then tear stuff down, because you're not going to get it back.
Yeah, it's lost to the ether. Cool. So yeah, now we can show you guys like the live demo. We already spun a stack up. So George is going to just walk us through like what it looks like under the hood.
So I'm just going to have a moment of silence for the demo gods.
No.
Okay. No, it hasn't broken yet. I just warded it off. So this what's going to be on the repo publicly is kind of a sandboxed version. It was configured to kind of be self-enclosed. Initially, we didn't even want to open up to to expose anything to the internet. It's kind of like an environment that you could play around with in Azure to just get a taste of it and see how you liked it, and if you wanted to add stuff to it. And there's going to be there's definitely a good amount of configuration you could do to lock it down, to get everything self-signed certs enabled, to get Let's Encrypt or CA signed certs on the domain names that you would buy to then connect to this platform from external devices, or if you want it to be working remotely and attacking like a network. There's a lot to be done on top of it. But what we did, we just kind of bogarted the name Buck50 on the Azure domain for West US 2. We tweaked this a little bit so that we could access it externally. So I'm accessing it from a web browser. And the Team Buck50 are all kind of DNSA records that are built into the head scale configuration. And you can modify that as you see fit. But it does take some kind of reversing, or at least looking up and Googling like how to install, head scale server. What do I need to do if I want my own like personal records for devices and callouts? So once you get it to that point, make it your own a little bit. You can be presented with like this dashboard. So I set up 3 different dashboards. I have a default dashboard for someone who doesn't even have access. This is a public view dashboard for a noob on your team. You can totally mess with them and have them do like a checklist, onboarding checklist. It's kind of like the gloss of having a dashboard service versus just having a static web page with some buttons for your other tools. So we got the orientation page, then we have like an operator page. This has the services, added some bookmarks that are kind of relevant to InfoSec, integrated with Slack. This one you can just like opens up the app, Discord, and then you can access like Ghostwriter, Git-T, the Pastebin services we talked about, but you can't really administer anything. So I set up a third one where you can actually go in and change the reverse proxy. You have links to the administrative portals for all the services, and you can really start customizing, like when you add devices to the network, are they going to be like special case systems? Are you going to add like more infrastructure where you want to mess with Nginx and have services route directly to that? Now we can start getting into kind of the administration part of the thing. So head scale. Kudos to HeadScale. It was definitely a little bit of a learning curve for me. I'm sure not for a lot of people, but getting it set up so that it was as tailscale.com like intuitive and usable. It took a minute, but we got there. We got a web UI front end install on the HeadScale command kind of CLI interface. It's an additional service. You don't really need it. If you're comfortable with CLI, you can just SSH into the management server and start running tailscale CLI commands on like Docker exe in the container and add devices, register things, create pre-auth keys. Some of the things I like about this web UI is just like graphically, like you can, if you had a bunch of if you were trying to like just give a link or some screenshots to an operator so that they knew, okay, your devices are on this subnet, you can route to like the 10.16 and 192 on this part of the network, and then like 172 is going to be another device on another part of the network. You can really quickly reference that with the overview. But essentially, head scale and tail scale, the client acts as its own DNS server. So the GUI client, like I was kind of like, is this too much? Is this going to be too much overhead? Is it too much fluff for engineers? But this client really kind of streamlines a lot of the command line commands that you would want to use as an operator, in my opinion, like accessing exit nodes. So exit nodes is a feature of Tailscale where since it's a distributed VPN architecture, there's no centralized VPN server that you're connecting to. Every client can itself be a VPN server, and every other client, you can have multiple exit nodes enabled, and any other client can then use any device that they wish at any time, independently of the rest of your team, to exit node your traffic through that device. So It basically you can have ephemeral VPN and servers. As soon as you get a Dropbox or a target compromise and you set up the client on that system can then start accepting traffic from the rest of the team and route it through that network and effectively start pivoting and doing it whatever you want. And you can dynamically shut that down at any second. It's just very very convenient, and it's all over WireGuard, so it can run silently. There's not going to be any logging of connection attempts to the VPN server like in a traditional VPN. Once everything's kind of in-housed on the Tailnet network, connections are only going to be, connection attempts will only going to be visible to the devices that you're either connecting to or from. So even other devices, other operator devices, they don't even have visibility into what exit node I'm going to be using and why I'm using it, what time of the day I'm using it. And one of the main motivators for doing the open source head scale build, despite the learning curve, is that every connection attempt, if we were going to use the enterprise version of Tailscale and pay the money and have as many users as we wanted, we're still using their coordination server, which kind of allows the whole NAT traversal aspect and makes it really easy to get in and out of networks. But Tailscale also is going to have records of those connections. So what we did is we bit the bullet and just kind of built our own coordination server, in-house to tailscale.com completely. So it's not just a money thing. It was if you want to be silent and you want nobody to know and you don't want to be part of any derp network that other people may compromise in the future, just because there's not a proof of concept now, it doesn't mean eventually there's going to be a big breach. That was a huge motivator for us to get this totally in-sourced within Azure and basically run completely silent. It's like Red October, basically. So I think I plugged Headscale enough and Tailscale. Moving on to Ghostwriter. Again, a super important, unsung hero of the whole pen test process. Report writing. You have access to this this environment. It looks kind of, unlike the first time I opened this up, I'm like, oh, 1998, I'm back. Hi. But looking into it, the integration with SSO, the groups you can create through Keycloak to really pin down all the access to the different findings, the different reports. I have some familiarity with PlexTrack. It gave me everything that I could imagine from most pay-for subscription report writing services. So really happy with that. Again, easy to get to from the console. All these are just those DNS records.
Oh yeah, and that's a really handy thing about our Headscale implementation, or a Headscale implementation, because it has its own internal DNS functionality. You can make these really easy to remember internal sort of URLs. So all of our URLs are just team.buckfitty for the dashboard, or get.buckfitty or paste.buckfitty. So it makes the usability of the stack a lot better for the average operator on our team.
Yeah, one of the reasons I think we might not have our code up yet is because I'm going through all the comments that I wrote as I was troubleshooting, configuring stuff and trying to Easter eggs, too many Easter eggs, too many funny jokes. Just need to cut this out and sanitize it. But long story short, SSO, Keycloak. If you want to do something authentic and really cut down just your bare minimum, you want authentication services and SSO to these services, which I highly recommend you do, especially in a group environment. It just makes collaboration much easier, and spinning up of user accounts on those services kind of seamless. With Keycloak, it was a lot to digest at first, but eventually we got there. There's a lot of capabilities for MFA, especially using devices, RSA tokens. And also setting up user profiles. So I like being able to have custom attributes where you have SSH keys you can use for later. But yeah, SSO in a nutshell, very important. Keycloak, highly recommend, but good luck finding documentation out there. It's a little bit tough. And then lastly, not lastly, but we got a couple more services. The GitHub, the GitLab, Gitty service, definitely pretty important. Adds wiki, adds more collaboration services for your team. It's also a secure environment to store code without having to get approvals or, from the board of directors or whatever to have malware in your environment. So Pastebin, kind of self-explanatory, and that's pretty much it.
Cool. We do have one last slide to get through. So just in terms of what's next, what's on the horizon, definitely want to make this multi-cloud. Don't want to get locked into Azure at all. We also wanted to, and that dovetails very nicely with what we also want to do, which is kind of like a Python wrapper around the whole thing. So it's kind of like a wizard experience almost that you can just like go through, and it'll dynamically alter the Terraform variables for you, so you don't have to go in and manually futz around with them. And one big one is kind of like parallel stack deployments. Right now, we're limited to one per subscription. We definitely want to move to a place where we can have multiple stacks running at the same time. Because like our team is pretty small. We don't really do multiple red team engagements at a time. But I'm sure other teams do multiple pen tests or engagements in parallel. So we definitely want to implement like a parallel sort of deployment model. Also want to like bake in like known good images and then just deploy them on the VMs. Right now we run a lot of inline commands on the VMs upon startup, and we want to move away from that, just clean up the Terraform code base a bit more, so that you can abstract all of that stuff away into the actual image layer of the VM, and then just use a registry or something to deploy it. Also for the pentest VMs, like the Kali Linux VMs, we want to implement some sort of VNC client on their end so that you can just use your browser to access them. Sort of like if you guys have played around with Hack the Box or OffSec, the way they have like browser-based VNC solutions, we want to have that implementation as well. And this one is real like pie in the sky sort of thing, just like a local sort of like uncensored LLM model or containerized model that's running on maybe a GPU cluster or something that'll help you craft exploit code and stuff without having to resort to ChatGPT or Sonnet, like which have a lot of guardrails around trying to generate malicious code. So we definitely want to explore that, but that's definitely like version 3.0 or something, and it's definitely going to be like an optional sort of module in the future stack. And that's about it. So thank you very much. Like I said, it's our first talk, so we're so glad we had this chance to talk to you guys. Our email and Twitter is on there, so feel free to hit us up anytime with any questions or comments about any of the stuff. And like I said, the Git repo is also there, and if you want to bookmark it and revisit it later in the week, it should have a turnkey stack for you, so that you can just download it and get going with it.
Yeah, we promise. We promise.
I don't know if we have time for questions, but maybe one or two. Okay, one or two questions.
How many engagements have you run this infrastructure with?
Okay. Did you hear the question? Can you
Sorry, could you repeat that?
How many engagements have you run this infrastructure with?
How many engagements have we run this infrastructure with? As of now, 0. We just sort of operationalized it maybe a week or so ago. So we're looking to get it going. We just demoed it for our team last week. So this should be the model going forward in terms of how we deploy infrastructure for engagements.
You mentioned lack of documentation on Keycloak, and also liking open source. I'm just wondering how you got through that, just a lot of Googling, trial and error. What did you do there?
Well, I think to answer that, I really have to thank my wife for letting me stay up till 5 a.m. Many nights in a row, just trying to figure stuff out and pushing the same red button over and over again until something different happened. But yeah, no, it was It was tough, I think. A lot of the demos that I ran into for setting up things like GitT and the other SSO-enabled things were using Keycloak like 23, 22, and they recently upgraded, like Keycloak upgraded to a V2, which I could have gone back to 22, but I didn't. I did like the additional security of 25, and although it was definitely a steep learning curve and a lot of, I think, just magic, to be honest. We got through it, and but yeah, it was. I wouldn't wish that trial on a lot of people. I think if you're familiar with DevOps and Keycloak specifically SNO, I think it's not going to be that big of an issue. But some of the upgrades were difficult to find, and there was one or two like command line arguments that I needed to run within the Docker that just made things work finally that I would have never found out unless I was just on the forums until 3 a.m.
Hey folks, congratulations on the great talk, first talk, and I admire and commend your bravery on learning something and within 2 months just putting out a talk together to share it with the rest of the community. I am also very excited about the fact that your folks are talking about red team infrastructure, C2 infrastructure, and whatnot. That's a topic that I am in charge of within my team, and I have another teammate, and you kind of reminded me of that as well. So I feel identified with some of the pains that you're talking about, especially with running the same deployment over and over and over, trying to figure out what's going on, especially when you don't come from a background of building things. Now, I have a question. When I saw the Nginx proxy manager, are you guys using that as well for C2 redirectors?
I think right now it's just for the platform services, but if there's a need to not route through Tailscale, I think Tailscale, a lot of the configuration can be done like within the Tailscale, like headscale config. And then we do have forwarders. Oh, we forgot to talk about the forwarders. So we had a few forwarders set up that you can have like regionally diverse servers accepting connections. Right now, it's just kind of going over the raw on this platform, but if there's a need to not just use like a SOCAT forwarder to send like interpreter sessions back to the C2 or beacon information back to the C2, then we could probably spin up another Nginx or Caddy, probably like a Caddy, something lightweight on one of the forwarding servers themselves, and just make it. I mean I feel like that's something we would run into if we were doing multiple operations at the same time with a larger team. So it's on the horizon, and I think that's probably something we'll have to tackle eventually.
Fair enough. I was also very excited to see that you guys implemented Headscale and not Nebula, because that was a different pain that I looked through, and I'm like, we don't have appetite to take this level of complexity, especially in a small team. A way that I got around the problem of sending data to the hosted control plane in Tailscale was just SSH tunnels, reverse SSH tunnels, essentially, right, between the different infrastructure components. So that way, if you don't have the appetite or the time to set up all the open source side of Headscale, though it looks like an interesting tool. And last couple questions before I send it off is, I saw a dashboard that had some of the DNS names for the different assets that you had, right? Does that dashboard dynamically update as those resources change, or is it manual?
I think it's manual. It's manual. Homar has the ability to do iframe. Like you can create like an iframe widget, so you could link that, and that's kind of like our theory on the whole guacamole kind of no VNC web shell aspect, is to put it in an iframe so it dynamically updates based on what you would see if you went to that link or service itself, and you could just like point it to a wiki, right, in an iframe and put it on there, and that's dynamically updated, in real time as the wiki updates. So there's a lot of potential. Like this is just like going to Home Depot and getting like the tool belt with like a hammer and screwdriver kind of thing. But like, I was very surprised with Homar. Like props to Homar. It's from kind of like the Plex community, and I was happily surprised how easy it was to kind of like corrupt it even more into like a kind of hacking tool with things like iframe widgets and things like that. So,
well, fair enough, and congratulations again for your talk.
Just want to get his question, and this is the last one. No.
Hello, my question's about, is your Azure sub completely separate from your rest of your org subs, or like, do you access it from your day-to-day laptop, or it's completely separate? And then how it, like, if it's not completely separate, was there challenges with like risk and compliance, that sort of stuff, getting your Azure sub to do all the bad stuff that they don't normally want you to do in a cloud environment like that?
Yeah, so our Azure sub is like it's kind of unique for us just because we're the red team. So we got to cut through a lot of the red tape that normally exists with Azure subs at Costco. So we were able to, I think like currently we are kind of like we have admin rights, like which they normally don't give to everyone, right? Or anyone on like different teams. So we do have like an isolated Azure subscription that we can spin up resources in that, its own cost center. But yeah, it's not like linked to the broader like Azure infrastructure at the company. Yeah, it's kind of isolated. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just like controls like antivirus and stuff, they don't apply to yours.
They typically do, and in our case, I think they made an exception to allow us to, because otherwise they would just keep getting, and this was the case, like they kept getting pings from their monitoring software saying like, hey, like there's malicious code here, there's da da da. So they basically whitelisted us from like the usual controls that they apply on everyone else.
Okay. If there's more questions, if you guys don't mind taking them outside so we can get prepared for the next speaker.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, thanks for being here at this time, almost 6 p.m. I know everybody wants to party. Thank you. My name is Sibel. I know it's not so common here, Sibel. I work with cyber threat intelligence in Brazil. Well, I will talk about this later. Of course, my first language is not English, it's Portuguese. So if I say something weird, please let me know, because this way I can learn. Well, let's introduce him.
Thanks. Well, my name is Mauro. I work in cyber threat intelligence as well, but in Uruguay for different companies. So I'm glad that you are here today. Thanks for taking the time to attend this talk, and I hope you really enjoyed it. And if you want to make a lot of money in ransomware, this is not the place. So if you want to get up and leave, that's fine. Don't worry.
We can talk about this later, after this, you know.
But you can DM me on talks.
Yeah, it's recording right now. It's better not. Okay. So, again, what's me? Again. So, the name of our talk is Ransomware B-Side. What the hell is going on here? No, here, the things. Because B-side, so we remember what? Music, disc. So in every slide there is a different name of songs. Mostly I like, so for this. And we'll talk about some ransomwares that's not the biggest one like Babook or Lockbit or others. We're gonna talk about this not so famous, you know, like that. Never got there. Some look like a ransomware, act like a ransomware, but it's not exactly ransomware. And others has very cool names for these ones we choose. What else? Okay. Okay, hackers with tech problems. Happens all the time, sorry. Okay. So, as I say, my name is Sibel. I'm from Brazil. I explain what I do for people. Oh, I work with cyber threat intelligence. What is this? It's like a gossip girl of malware land. I have to see a lot of disgraces, what is going on, and tell to my boss, okay, this is happening, and now I have to do this, and that. Basically, it's this, what I do. And now, hey.
Well, my name is Mauro. I'm not well known for my job in the ransomware scene, like interviewing groups and the like. I'm mostly known for researching North Koreans APT groups. I actually once stole a sample from a North Korean campaign, and it was named after my first submission. And I actually started working more on that part of threat intelligence. But I'm from Argentina. I work in Uruguay, and I'm currently leading the BitSo Quetzal team, which is the first Latin American threat research team focused on web threats, drainers, organized cybercrime, APTs targeted in crypto space, and so on.
Okay. I love cats. For this, there's a lot of cats.
That's the explanation behind the cats. Also, the mainstream ransomware strains that you will see named here, if Tech wants to cooperate, are not exactly what we are going to talk here. I want to make a difference between organized ransomware groups, ransomware as a service, commodity ransomware, or in simpler terms, ransomware for rent, and even not ransomware, data extortion or other kind of data theft. Actually, you will see these names. They will probably ring a bell in your mind. Logbit, we ended up with Operation Kronos and certain skirmish against law enforcement agencies. Black Cat, who just picked up the bags and ran away with a lot of money from affiliates. Rebel, Conti, Netwalker, Eastern European legends, actually. Babook and Rook, actually something that worked pretty well at first on the ransomware scene, but had certain failures that prevented them from decrypting victims that paid the ransom. So that basically was the end of it. And after that, source code for a builder of Babook was leaked, And lots of groups started building ransomware atop of Babook, which was actually flawed and wasn't able to decrypt victim files, creating a new strain of different ransomware bands that were not actually up to the game to decrypt whoever victim paid for the ransomware. And we have other ones like Hive, which just was disbanded a few months ago, and by Society, which is still on the large. But this is not about them, but about other groups that actually didn't make to the headlines.
So the first one, of course, I love is Hello Kitty because I love cats. So, oh my God, this is not cooperating. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Tá bom. Cables. Okay. So, what happened with Hello Kitty? They are known because they hacked this company and leaked the Cyberpunk and Witcher 3 a few years ago. So it was a big scandal at that time because, oh my gosh, okay. Oh my gosh, what happened, you know? This is supposed to get a lot of money with these games. I don't play games, so for me it's whatever, just something else. And say, okay, we want your money because really the cable is not cooperating. And this hands-on note said, okay, it's a big pawn. So I want your money, or of course we release this or sell for your for the other companies and things like this. So I need your money. Pay me now, okay? You have 48 hours to pay me. And they say, So what happened is they try to sell in XSS, is a Russian forum. Say, okay, I'm selling this CD Projekt Red. I don't want so much money. That's it. Who wants? Please let me know. But the thing is, the competitors. Companies don't want to buy because it would be illegal for them to release this. So they, no, I don't want to buy. It can be a big, messy, because there's very famous games, I guess, who plays this and let me know. So, not so sure about this. And then the guy say, okay, now I got an offer. So it's I sell, I'm satisfied with this, and this condition, they will not distribute our round. So, okay, no one needs to now to get, okay, it's working? Okay, so they sell. But what happened later is FBI accidentally revealed that Hello Kitty ransomware gangs operated with this. And wow, what's going on now? Okay, this is hard here. The cable is not cooperating.
This is all Logbit's fault.
Yes. Yep. So FBI found, while they are during investigation, they found this ransomware, and of course, is zipped. All the ransomware is zipped. So they say, okay, if FBI found this, let's release everything. The games, some Cisco, they leak it, and of course, the core code, of the ransomware. So it's everywhere, so people could copy and reuse, like an open source, basically, for everyone. And then they thought, who is Gookie? Now, the guy who supposedly, was the big boss of this ransomware, was one of the nicknames was Gookie, and say, okay, I don't want this anymore, so I will rebrand myself and be now Gookie. Hello, Gookie. And because these games, they was found recently, I guess, in the beginning of this year, they released everything and compile the games for everybody to play. So the guy say, okay, it's here, this is the password, because this files was locked with passwords. That sucks, because of course the company, when they developed this game, they lock it with passwords. So now they have all the passwords, everything, and it's released. And of course, the guys from VX Underground say, okay, nerds, go ahead, you can play now. Someone compiled the game, so you can play that for free. But then he rebranded this Hello Kitty for Gookie, and now, okay, I'm looking for someone to, to operate with me, but calling, you must be ability with people, speak English, because we're gonna do some kind of, you call for people, ask for money, and you must do some OSync as well. You have to be very good in OPSEC. So we need this. So if you don't have a job, we can always looking for in these forums, because as have work for everyone. It's easy, pay well. Sometimes they pay with some, part of percentage. So this is good. Okay. Now another ransomware, Cuba. Well, some very specific of this ransomware, they have just one file without additional libraries. Their samples that was found, the timestamp, they always change the timestamps. So what is 2020, but now is 1992? What the hell? This is very good. Actually, I think it's very smart, because if they change the timestamp, it's hard to make like a reverse engineer, to find something. But this encryption is good as well, because it's hybrid encryption. So it's kind of hard, to break this. So this is the main different things they have, the Cuba ransomware. But there is more. So, of course, there are Castro and Che Guevara. They are from Argentina. This is weird people. Sorry, Argentinians. But when they leak the, sometimes I forget, I have to translate in my mind, Portuguese to English, or sometimes to Spanish. They leak the files. If the company don't pay, okay, this is for free, you can use as you want. Very beautiful here, as you see, very artistic, like painting like this, I think is beautiful. But they also have paid content. You can pay for this. Not anymore. We tried to find this online and in our website, but we couldn't. But then what they did, okay, we are tired of this name, so now we are is Vendetta. They rebrand, but the modus operandi is the same. But what we found, the first name of Cuba was Cold Draw. But then they rebrand for Tropical Scorpios. Not happy with this, now they are Fidel, and then Cuba, and now V is for Vendetta, but not, they don't exist anymore. Maybe they rebrand, we don't know which name they are using. So, but they use the Hong Kong backdoor. And all the information is sold on industrial spy marketplace that don't exist anymore. But this industrial marketplace start to, okay, I want some money as well, so why not we go to the ransomware too? We are attacked using ransomware. But they still use the Cuba malware and the Cuba ransom notes. And then the industrial spy now officially is a ransomware group. They are threat actors. And then they rebrand for the new one, and they name it Underground. But Hong Kong backdoor became a threat actor too. And then they use this Hong Kong backdoor and is using as well an Underground threat actor. I mean, everything is connected. We can do this like forever. I think all the threat actors are connected. We can find this really, really easy, because the same modus operandi, the code is similar, how they encrypt are similar, so kind of And as you see, every slide there is a different name of music that is connected to with the name of ransomware. This is a, I don't know what the band is from, but it's in Spanish and talk about Havana. So now it's you, talk about Hitler.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the name, Hitler is.
Yeah, we now go to the darkest part of ransomware. And even it's like bordering with not ransomware at all. There was a ransomware now named after the infamous dictator Hitler, and it actually was a pretty weird part of the malware history, and of the real history as well. But Hitler ransomware was Germany-based. It contained strings in German, but actually the infection chain was pretty raw, pretty dull. It was a bat file with then executed a BBS script, then ran an executable file, and then another executable file. Absolutely messy, noisy, and easy to catch. But here's the point. This ransomware asks for payment, not in crypto, but in Vodafone phone cards. And there's a specific strain that asks for another type of phone card as well. The point is that it does not encrypt anything. It actually renames your files. It tries to take down the extensions, so you end up with a file not being associated to anything to be opened with, even the executable files. Then displays a fake window saying something like, I can't find the file, and you're wondering like, what the hell? Where does this windows come from? And that's when behind the scenes, the script runs and changes your extensions. It just messes up with your extensions, places, I think, a 24-hour countdown, and then asks for the Vodafone code in order to restore everything. If not, it acts just as a simple dull wiper. Actually, these wonderful people have 3 versions. Ransomware with N, misspelled, which is the first one. Hitler 2, which is actually called Kane XPIA. And the third one, the final one, which is wonderfully called Final Solution. So this is despicable from every single point of view. Here you can see the infection chain. You have the actor, a bat file with a random name, the BBS, which will send the fake alert error, the ransom node, which is actually an executable file, and you can see traces of Visual Basic everywhere, like super basic. And then the wiper, which masquerades itself as Firefox. Here you can see the complex engineering behind the ransomware. It's just a bat file renaming other files. And then if you don't pay, it will just wipe everything. That's it. Now we're going to move to another type of ransomware. You may remember that at the first minutes of this talk, I wanted to make a difference between RAS, ransomware as a service, or consolidated ransomware groups, organized cybercrime ransomware groups, and commodity ransomware. Commodity or take-out ransomware is a kind of ransomware that you rent. You just buy a version, you rent a builder for a specific amount of time to be used. You're just part of a scheme, but not as an affiliate. You're just a client. You have the rights to download the software, to make certain modifications, and even to receive updates and even professional support 24/7. So you're basically buying a product, a malware product. The difference in this scene is that you will have a lot of offers from different developers and builders. Some are better than others, some are just trash. But we will start with some of the cases that almost made it to the history, like Hermes. As you can see, this is a little bit more elaborated than the last one we saw, an HTML ransom node asking for crypto. It's a little bit more developed. But actually, Hermes was sold on forums publicly. It uses just plain RSA encryption and encrypts everything with HRM extension. The infection chain is super simple. Optionally, you will have a macro-enabled document, and where do you find this kind of documents? In phishing. Then it will download an executable file, which will encrypt everything and drop the ransom node. Pretty simple so far. But then, Hermes was first associated with Lazarus Group, at first. And it was seen in a Taiwanese bank attack, which was pretty successful some years ago. But then, it was found that Hermes was being on sale for a long time on forums So it may be that just Lazarus had a hold of a sample, bought a sample, stole a sample, or actually it's not, it's hard to believe that they had put it up for sale. And it was labeled as a Ryuk predecessor. This is interesting here. You can see certain similarities between the two made by Checkpoint Labs, but there are two main differences here, not on the code, on the operation. You can find Hermes, if you backtrack into history to 2017 and around, you will find a lot of victims of Hermes. Big business, small business, simple mom and pop shops that should not fear ransomware at all. And then if you go to Ryuk, you will find only high-profile targets, or mostly high-profile targets. Why? Because of the difference on the operation model. On the left, you can see how a Rust program works. Some details more, some details less. This is not a Bible, this is not holy word, so some things can change. Basically, when you join a Rust program, you will have a support team, a dedicated leak site, dedicated developers for the project, dedicated cryptographers, whatever you want. It depends on the size of the project. Then you will have a victim. You will have your own builder to build your own ransomware strain, which is tagged. What means to be tagged? That if it leaks somehow, they will know it can be tied back to that affiliate in particular. This is used mostly for security, for OPSEC reasons. Let's say that you are part of a Rust program and you encrypt someone. Then you ask for payment. You will have a unique crypto address, be it Bitcoin, Monero, whatever you want. You receive the payment, the victim pays, but it doesn't pay to the affiliate. That account is not under the control of the affiliate, but under the Rust administrator program control. Once the money is received, a share will be sent to the affiliate. This is how an organized group works. Now, do you remember what happened with Black Cat? They just pocketed 20 grand from a victim and ran away. And the affiliate said, they just scammed me. The affiliate said that, because the affiliate didn't have the money at any point of the process. It was meant to receive the money at the end of the transaction. It was the last person on the chain and didn't receive it a single time. That's how Black Cat set up their exit scam. Then you have what we call, let's say, a commodity ransomware, takeout for rent ransomware. You have a ransomware developer that can sell you their source code, can sell you a builder that can rent you the product for a specific amount of time, and then you are in charge of everything in the operation. You just go and encrypt somebody. You have on your builder, most of the time you have all the options to set up the ransom node, the payment address, even the icon and the extension that you want to encrypt the files on. Now we have Chimera, another commodity ransomware. As you can see, again, we have a more developed ransom node, asking for crypto, not for Vodafone cards. Again, super easy encryption, super common to use. Again, the infection chain is super simple. It can be sent via phishing emails on a macro. It will download a X file that will ingest two libraries and then execute the encryption. It was believed to be the first one to threaten people to leak their files online, double extortion method. It is believed to be the first one. And it's the first one to use BitMessage as a C2 server. And when it started offering an affiliate program, the share was 50-50, which is not commonly seen today. It's most around 70-30. As you can see, this is the infection chain. Only one of the files contains encryption mechanisms, which is core DLL, and then the magic happens. Now back to you with Tesla.
Well, Tesla, he was first detected in 2015, so kind of a long time ago, because the way he attacks is different from the other ones. There is they generate a new Trojan with a unique Bitcoin address and a private key every time they encrypt it. But the encryption scheme is based on AES as very good encryption algorithm, and every time the malware executed, sorry, I'm too tired and I forgot English, the word is in English. So, as different encryption, different key, different everything, but they don't encrypt larger files, just small ones. And they communicate via public Tor2 web service to or C2, and that of course was located in Tor browser. And they delete the shadow copies. But the thing is, what they encrypt? Games. You know, the young people who play games on computers like Steam, they use a Steam account, this kind of thing. They target not people on cybersecurity, big companies, but regular people that don't know nothing about this cybersecurity. So can you pictures like 15-year-old guy playing games, and then what the hell is happening? You know, what is this? I don't know how to do. But it's very valuable, you know, the passwords, saved games, or pictures in their computer. So what else a teenage can have there, or even grow-ups, or whatever. So they pay. It's like, back in the time, 1 Bitcoin is like $500, something like this. It's not that much in that time, but it's not nothing, you know, $500 for something you don't supposed to do. But first, they use Tesla crypt and try to copy other crypt. So this is first one. Is the first. They have many versions of the same this hands-on node. Many they try, but the first encryption was really weak. They have a hole in this how to decrypt the file. So, of course, researchers found this and told for everybody, okay, it's easy to decrypt. And then lots of people didn't pay. But the group say, oh, there's something wrong here. Let's modify this because we have to be stronger, you know, improve our security, because even threat actors have holes in their security, and many have OPSEC fail. So for this, we can find these threat actors. So here, Tesla, and then they changed for the script node for HTML page, no? But they also, the mimic crypto wall 3.0, that was a big thing back that time. So everybody was super scared with crypto wall and say, oh, if we pretend we are there, so people will be scared and they will pay us anyway. But just a silly thing, just to, you know, to fool people. This is the attack chain, easy, super easy, but they use Flash and Java, of course. This is, there's a lot of problems with Flash and Java. For a long time, everybody said, don't use this because they have many faults. And they use an exploit kit named Angler. Angler, I found out, is a real fish. It's ugly fish, terrible fish. And this was the thing back then, you know, the very good exploit kit. And it was one of the first to use 0 days. This is really important because they can use this as a very simple technique, but they could use 0 days too. So wow, lots of groups start to use this exploit kit, and others, you know, but this was the main one in 2015. This group, this threat group, didn't last much, but they had a big chaos among the people, you know, because was a regular files it's nothing, just pictures that has sentimental for everybody, or saved games, or, you know, things like this. This is the master key the researcher found. Say, okay, you can use this to decrypt, but only 50 person could decrypt this. And of course, they lost a lot of money, and then they rebrand again and again and again to have money, of course. This next ransomware is, they acted different too. As you can see, all these ransomware groups, they have very peculiar method, you know, or in this code, or in the who they target. So for this, they are very fun to research, actually. Keylogger. Keylogger just attack KNAPP, only this. That's it, nothing else, just KNAPP. They're looking for, Shodan was exposed to internet and try to see, oh, well, let's explore this vulnerability that back then time was 0 days. So they start to explore this over and over and over. Just this HBS3, just this for now. But what they did, they encrypt using 7-zip. I mean, it's very, how? Why? This was simple, you know? They put this in the zip archive, and that's it. They have the password and say, okay, you pay me, and of course, I give you the key. But we never know what's really happened. And then the hands-on note, they put, okay, you have to do this and that to transfer money for us. This is very important. So they found the 0 day, start to attack, but take a little longer, you know, for NAS found this and patch, or at least mitigate this. And of course, no one, you know, mitigate or patch, and at that moment, we know how this works, you know, who works in companies, we know not always is easy, you know, to do something in production, patch in production, so yes. So when you check in Shodan, that time, many, a lot of people, you know, was attacked. And they conduct this, exposing, was worldwide, mostly here in North America and in part of Europe. But there is NAS, this is very widely used, this equipment, NAS and KNAPP. They search for this port 443. This is important too. And 8080 open and other instance as well. Here how is they encrypt this. So you need to enter the password for the crypt, and then okay, now you put here the transaction that you paid for this, and voila, it's done. This is very unique, you know, and not so handsome. What happened is they are different in many, many ways. This is my favorite for some reasons. They name is Las Malas, like the bats, but it's like female, you know, Las Malas, so like the bad woman, something like this. Supposedly, they come from Latin America, supposedly, we never know. Why? They encrypt the files, they ask for ransom, but they don't want the money for themselves. Okay, we like money, but the world is full of billionaires, they don't care about the world sucks, people are starving, they are destroying the world, so they target only countries rich countries, not Latin America or Africa as a continent, nothing. You see, United States, Europe, Russia, and places like this. They target many, many type of sectors. That's okay. But they also only attack Zimbra, the email. That's it. They exploit some CVEs, but in Zimbra, only in Zimbra. So their encryption is a kind of military. It's hard to decrypt as well, as you can see here. So here is they explain, your files have been encrypted with AES military grade encryption. They explain how they do this, how you can recover, how you can contact them, blah, 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 blah. The same of every ransomware group. And they have this, they still have this, the blog on Tor browser. They attacked last year, so defaulters, that is, they attack this, they encrypt many, many companies, and there's, I think it's 200 companies, and then this is very specific, Compañía Agrícola de San Felipe, Fort Hollins Collection Agents, and Harita Group. What they say here, we offer a simple deal. You pay to get the decryptor, and everybody is okay. So don't ignore us. We want your money, or we'll publish this, you know, all your or files, what if we leak it from them, to journalists, for your clients, for everybody, you know. They are blackmail, of course, because a handsome group. There's some of the companies, they encrypted. And some of the files, you know, when you go to their blog, you can see like many data, email, password, contacts, lots, you know, big, huge files. And they have a statement. This is so cool because they have these statements. We are bad, but we can be worse. While I was researching about this, I found out in Mexico there are a lot of very badass women. Cool, that's super cool. And there's a lot of problems with killing women and things like this in Mexico. And they always go kind of riot, say, okay, we want respect for women, this and that. We are malas, pero podemos ser peores. I mean, we are bad, but we can be worse than this. So maybe they can come from Latin America. So there is a lot of hacktivists in Latin America. I know personally some, not from Las Malas, but personally I know some hacktivists from Latin America, from Brazil and other countries, but okay. And in this statement, they say, a guy, I don't remember the name, here from the US, we are losing war on terror. So, of course, they're losing the cyber war. They are hacking this. See, they praise the hacking, but not the way to explore, not just the company, because they are against not this specific company, but against what this company means. You know, some companies destroy the world, you know, nature and things like this. So they are really angry about this and say, okay, join us like Anonymous. Join us to, you know, let's start a new world. It's better for us. And they say, okay, so you are willing to pay for this hacker, that money goes to them to be rich, but not for us? Come on. What the hell? Please, pay us. And you can, when you pay, you want to give this money for some organizations now, mostly in Africa, because it's a very poor country. For this, they don't attack Latin America and Africa or the other colonized countries. You know? So they want target rich countries because have money and destroy more the world. And so this is unfair. They think it's unfair. Of course it's unfair because lots of people starving and dying and the climate change, blah, blah, blah. We know this. And that sucks. So for this they do. They hack. But the companies don't pay non-profit motivation cry. I mean, hacktivism, they don't want pay. So, okay, fuck that. Doesn't matter, you know. But if it's a lock bid, okay, give me your money, they will pay. They are willing to pay this. This is terrible, you know. So far they had some attacks last year, not now. So let's see what's going on with these attacks. Personally, I think it's cool, but it's not so cool for companies, of course. But why they do this, like a Robin Hood, you know? Oh, wow, there are some little, not many, you know, groups that really act to do the good for the world. And they say, okay, we are still learning. We want to attack big companies because they have much more money. We are attacking these not so big ones. One was in Argentina. Mauro gave some interviews there, you know, to talk about this ransomware, how they attack. So that's it. I like them. Please don't judge me, but it's good for the world.
Marxism, it's not good for the world.
But it's good.
Marxism.
You're saying it's bad or good?
Marxism, ask someone who died of starvation in the former Soviet Union.
No, I'm not saying this. I don't. We talk later. We talk later about this. Better.
Okay. This last group, Everest, is a group that I've been tracking since, let's say, since the beginnings. They were one of the first ones to target my country, Argentina, and they did it in a very specific and interesting way. I have a a good history of covering their deeds. And actually, it's pretty fun to see their transformation from their beginning to where they are now. It's actually pretty interesting. I think it's one of the most interesting evolutions I've seen in ransomware, because when you talk about ransomware evolution, you think of a group becoming larger, becoming, more sophisticated, more builders, more targets for your builds. We now include this hypervisor, we now include these operating systems, we now cover industrial systems, but not Everest. Everest actually started with a ransomware that was more like a commodity ransomware. You see people being encrypted with files having .everest extension. And then I even had clients of mine telling me, I think my antivirus sucks. And that's why, why? I have this ransomware here that encrypts me with this extension like, I don't know, 123, but then it says it's Everest ransomware, and it's not Everest. And then something rang a bell on my head, and I say, maybe Everest was a commodity one. Or maybe they were just selling their source code, renting a builder or whatever. I seen some pretty weird things happening on the Everest side. The infection chain was super variable, actually. You have different things that were like third-party sourced or outsourced, like MSF Venom payloads, Cobalt Strike beacons being used as command and control servers, which is not so common on well-established ransomware groups. And then, over the time, you will see them using third-party applications, even super widely known port scanners. And that was pretty weird for a ransomware group. You either have your own tools or live off the land, using whatever the host has. But using specifically open source or third-party tools was not, your daily bread. Now, after some time, Everest started threatening companies that they were going to sell their access to other groups, acting as an IAB. If you have never heard this before, Everest is now one of the best established AABs. This means initial access broker, somebody that sells you your access to a company. I say, I want to access a Latin American fintech. They might have an access for you, remote desktop protocol, VPN access, whatever you want, an admin portal that was forgotten, open to the public, and they have a login, they were able to sell it to you. A cookie, whatever you want. You want to set a foot in, they can sell that to you. And that transition was so smooth, was so public at the time, that it was incredible. It was the only group that I've seen going back from ransomware to data extortion and initial access broker. And most of the people think this may be a downgrade. It's like you stop doing ransomware and selling things, but actually it somehow works for them. For example, they slowly started offering at first Argentinian data and say, if you don't pay, we'll leak up. But the Argentinians say, we were not attacked. Then how can you not notice a ransomware attack? You are either lying or the threat actor is lying. But if you read between the lines, nobody mentioned ransomware. Nobody mentioned encryption at all. They just lay low, stole the data, stole as much as they could and say, okay, it's now time to monetize this. Let's cash out, guys. They went, cashed it out, but people at the Argentinian government, the victims say, we were not attacked, or at least we haven't noticed an attack. And then, over the time, they switched it to this. This is a post on the blog. This is a great opportunity to monetize your corporate access. Sell it to me, I will resell it for a higher price, and I will give you a cut, a share. And then this is what I was talking about just a minute ago. They just, I will translate you the things that are in Spanish, don't worry. This is the Argentinian Ministry of Economy. And then the INTA, which is the National Institute of Agrotech, Agricultural Tech. And then the Argentinian government, $200K. And the Argentinians say, don't pay this. This is a scam. We haven't been attacked. This isn't something that they told me. It was told to the media. Clarín is the biggest media in Argentina. And they asked me, actually, about this case. We were talking about this. They say, we are not aware of an attack. I spoke with Everest, and they told me, yeah, the attack is real, and we can show you. And they showed me that they had access to a Citrix instance. The government responded back, that Citric instance is not public. I went back to Everest and they told me, yeah, we know, we have the VPN to access the Citric instance. We can sell it to you as well. If you buy 2 of them, we make a cheaper price. So, if you believe that going from ransomware to data extortion is a downgrade, these guys can truly show you otherwise. And even sometimes you have offers that you can't refuse in your life. And Argentina, you know, hyperinflation, everything, Milei, you know. We are currently on an economic crisis. And these guys know it. So they put up Black Friday, super offers, flash sales, buy now, you have 24 hours, you can buy for half the price, super cheap, and like, they are pretty well at marketing, pretty good at marketing actually. And this concludes our talk. Before going back to the questions, if you want a conclusion from my side at least, is that there are 2 things that you can't avoid on life. Taxes and ransomware. Maybe you can trick death, you can cheat death, but ransomware and taxes you won't be able to get away with. So it just happens. It's not a shame if you suffer a ransomware attack. Go for the full transparency before somebody goes for the full disclosure. Speak up, say this happened to us, we just fuck it up. If CrowdStrike could fuck it up, the entire world, you can with your company. It's not a shame. It happens to all of us, to the best of us. I hope you enjoyed your talk, and I'll leave you with my partner now.
Any questions, something? Oh, before we go, or, you know, how you can find us. And as I said, there is a name of music over the slide. So if you want to see, you know, we prepared this on Apple Music and Spotify, if you like it. It's cool. It's pretty cool, you know. Lots of songs that I like, so that's it. Any questions, something, critics? My hair is good? Okay.
Thank you, gracias. I want to know if you have any direct contact with the threat actors behind these threats, any one of them, maybe Everest, any one of them, if you have any direct contact with the guys behind this threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, part of the threat intelligence job, as far as I can see, some companies frown upon this, so I want to have full disclosure with that. Part of the threat intelligence cycle for me is talking to them. If you see them as, you know, the Lockheed Martin kill chain, they are my enemies, they are the adversary, you have lost at the first seconds that you step in. You have to know that there are people, bad actors, but at the end they will speak up. I managed to interview lots of ransomware groups in the past. They are on my GitHub. I published Dark Vault, which is, they are ex-Lockbit affiliates. I managed to interview By Society, which is actually, well, it's pretty well known. When they just first started, before they started targeting universities and the like, I started speaking with them. Obviously, you do not share or back what they do, but you know that at least you can see some point in what they do, how they act, and how to protect yourself, because they are open in telling you, we attack this kind of doors, and you know that if you have that kind of door, you have to be aware. We also speak with data extortion groups, which are actually, they like to lay low than the ransomware groups. They are not so open to speak, and they will give you an insight on how they work, what they are looking after, and especially why you might be a target. That's the most important thing for your organization. For your threat profile, will I be a target of these guys, and why? And talking up to them up front sometimes can give you a lot of insight, a lot of things that you won't see on the media, on the newspapers, because obviously they need to sell headlines. Thanks for the question.
And based in the IAB, Initial Access Brokers, how much of them are from Latin America?
It's full. Actually, a threat actor, which was called Curious Jackal, you might know him by Kelvin Security. Probably you have heard that name before, in Venezuela. Well, that was one of the very first and the most, I don't know if advanced is the word, but the most spread ones I've seen. That guy had literally, it was Disneyland for bad actors. He sold anything you wanted. I don't know how he managed to get everything. You want access to FinChat? He had. Access to hospital? He had. Access to government? He had. I think he was one of the first on establishing an IAB cycle on Latin America. But then you have, for example, in Mexico, threat actors that started, let's say from the ground, not in a bad way, right? Like Mexican mafia. They started from the ground, and now they're selling, yeah, we are selling Quintana Roo full government dump and access. And you say, wait, the next day we sell full Tribunal de Cuentas from this full access and database, and we can create an account for you. And in Argentina specifically, this is a problem because they will sell you access to the jails, the jail system, you know? You can see inmates, you can see officers, you can see when they move an inmate from one jail to another, to police system, access to hospitals. In my tutor, I actually cover a lot of that kind of activity in Argentina and Uruguay only, but sometimes I go a little step away to Latin America.
And mostly because, for example, they explore, of course, some vulnerabilities, but remember, Latin America is a poor countries, so it's easy to, you work in this company, take this, to infect the servers. Oh, I give you like 10 grand, that in Brazil for who gets minimum wage is too much. And so I give you this, so you give me access, and then they escalate. So it's super, in Brazil, I can say this from Brazil, it's super easy to do this. It's just, hey, how are you doing? That's super easy.
Okay, what about TTPs? Because you know it, in Latam, we don't have it. We don't have TTPs about our threat actors.
That's actually very true. Actually, before Kelvin Security first market was raided, the first one to have technical TTPs, the tailored attack chain, victimology, and everything was CrowdStrike, which is absolutely has nothing to do in Latin America. Don't have office, doesn't have big partners. Exactly. Trying to acquire that requires sometimes introducing new TTPs. For example, I will give you two examples, one worldwide, one from Latin America. What Sibel said, it's something that happens a lot in Latin America. I say, okay, bribing a user to forget a VPN on a pen drive, to send it over email, to forget it in a Slack chat, send it to yourself, or send it to a channel, and I will grab it. You won't have a problem. And most of the time, they don't have a problem, actually. And that's something that we have to change. I don't mean to punish every simple mistake, but sometimes these mistakes lead up to full encryption of your servers. And that TTP is something that we were pushing for. You need to, and they say, no, that's covered under insider threat. Yeah, but insider threat is super wide. You have to, that's the idea behind TTPs, to go as much specifically as possible. But it's not politically correct to say, John from accounting saw its access. So nobody wants to be the finger pointing to John. And also we have another TTP from North Korean state actors, which is the fake job interview. They will just set up a fake job interview with you. It's actually what I covered in what I say when I stole the sample. The sample got to us via fake job interview. And they send you a challenge. And they say, this challenge does not work. See why. What's the first thing you're going to do? To execute it. Exactly. On line 5, you have the malware, and it will be stuck at line 10. You will fix line 10. We'll run it again. It will get stuck at line 20. But aside from that, the fake interview, they say, no, that falls under social engineering. No, the hell it is. It's something fully new. They're setting up employers. They are, I don't know the word, they are like, I don't know the exact word. They are trying to pose as companies, to pose as recruiters. So this is not simple social engineering. Impersonating, exactly. That's the word, thank you. So that's a new TTP, but you have to do a lot of work to get that TTP accepted as such. They will say, no, that falls under social engineering. No, it doesn't. It's something more different. It can fall under social engineering, but setting up a fake entire job market and then fishing for somebody, that's super APT, the super state sponsor. Thanks for your question.
Thanks, everyone.
Just quick here. And about the code, like, for example, in Latin America, they are super stupid, you know. It's specific from bank malware. They are all the same. They copy and paste. Like, oh, it's not working. Let's change one line of the banking malwares. All the time. They use Delphi, and they attack the same way. It's amazing, you know. Some, like Astaroth, they are big, huge. I think we talked about this yesterday, right? I guess they spend like 1 million emails every single day, DG. Every malware is different. So this TTP is very specific for Latin America. And here, like Russia or Europe or United States, is completely different. If it's not working, okay, let's start again. But in Latin America, we are very resistant. You know, oh, it's not working. Let's change just a little bit and keep working and working. And this is, I think it's amazing, because how is possible this works? You know, how? Because we know how it works, and how they attack, what they do. You know, they fix stupid things, overlay all the time. This is the basic of Latin America, this overlay, screen overlay. So it's beautiful. I think that's it, guys.
She means that the actors are more persistent and advanced.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you guys can continue the conversation out in the bar, or